No more talking. Let's just eat. Ebi-chan. Okay, hi. Hi, hello, hello, hi. Hello, hi, hello, hi. Hi, hello, hello, hi, hi. I know you're new here. Hi, hi. Welcome, welcome in. Also, what's my favorite Bird Brain cover? I don't know, honestly. I like the original a lot. I like it a lot. Also, hello, Yellow Ring. I know, it's we got a lot of stuff going on. Don't worry. I'm glad you show up. You show face. I appreciate it. Hope you're all doing well. Been a little bit since I streamed. Been taking a little easy on streaming. I didn't stream at all in February. But this month I've been taking easy on streaming too, just because YouTube's been doing really well, and I've been like mentally focusing on that. I think it's been a better usage of my time, So I've been doing a lot of that. It's been good. Recorded and edited out a audio track for a new video that should come out on Thursday for Send This to Be a Hero. Very exciting. Which is leads right into our topic for the day, which is we're going to be covering a bunch of anime that I watched this past season. Unlike previous seasons, I actually was able to watch most of the stuff I wanted to. Oh no, oh no, hold on a second. Oh no, Annie Guesser's down. Oh no, so we can't do our dailies today. Hold on, look at this. I'm not even fucking around. Just look at this. Let me show you what we got going on here, guys. They say it's down for maintenance. It said 8 hours. So I don't know. Oh well. So no Annie Guesser today. I guess we could do the framed. Let's do another thing here. Is this also having an issue? Okay. Okay, here we go. Oh. I don't know what this is. Is this Silver Linings Playbook? I don't think it is, but I'm gonna guess that. Oh. Is it that movie about a mop? It's a movie about a mop. I feel like I should recognize this, but I don't. Okay. Hold on. Oh, there we go. Okay, perfect. I don't know. Let's Hot Cheetos movie. No? That not an option? I'm gonna just throw in a guess. I don't know. Hamlet. Fuck it. Any other frame. I don't. Why is it just always just people staring at the camera? I need something more than that. Like, it doesn't help me at all. I don't recognize any of these people. I think that looks like Tina Fey, but I can't even tell. Mean Girls. It's not Mean Girls, but I'm just guessing it because I need more. I need to know what this is. Ooh. Horrible Bosses? Maybe? No. Oh, Adam Driver's in it. Oh God, it's gonna be some bullshit comedy movie, and I don't fucking know what it is, cause I don't watch a lot of bullshit comedy movies. Game Night. Star Wars. That's I don't know. Star Trek Nemesis. I have no fucking clue. This is where I leave you. This is where I leave you. What the fuck is that? I've never even heard of that. This is where I leave you. Let's search Google for this. A 2014 comedy drama with Jason Bateman. It was Tina Fey. I got that. Okay. And Adam Driver. And Jane Fonda. Hey, at least I got that was Tina Fey. At least I got that was Tina Fey, okay? So that's something. I get something for that. I gotta stick to okay. No, I'm not doing that. Okay, well, whatever. We'll just move on. Sucks to not be able to start with a trivia, but we will just get right onto it. We already have a lot of shit to talk about, so let's just go on and cover what we're covering for. I'm gonna close this. What we're covering for our winter anime. What the fuck is a Lego Crocs? I don't fucking know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know what Lego Crocs are. I don't need to know. In my life, I've never needed to know that. Anyway, that was a Twitch ad, not website ad. Yeah, I've gotten those ads. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I didn't see it on my screen. I just knew what you were talking about. I'm like, I don't fucking know what that shit is. Anyway, okay, moving on. Let's talk about the anime that came out this past season. All right. So let us see what's on the list. So movies are a bit hard. I'm gonna close out this one. I did not get the chance to see this movie. I don't think it's distributed anywhere where I could see it. So unfortunately, haven't seen it. I'm gonna just click out of that. A New Dawn, another movie I have not seen and don't have access to. Eventually I'll see it, but I don't have the option to right now. This is another movie. Mikenyu no Shiori, that is not currently available. Unfortunately, not a lot of movies. Like we talked last stream. Oh, is JJK good? I didn't watch the new season yet. I'll get to that. So I didn't get a chance to see this either. Unfortunate. We talked about last stream. We went over news topics, and that was a part of that, is that there's a lot of movies a lot of these mid-tier movies that just don't get releases in America, unfortunately, so very hard to see it. All right. Let's start with Frieren Beyond Journey's End Season 2. Now, this is an anime that I watched weekly. This is one of my, watch on the weekends with my roommate while we're having dinner. And let me tell you, amazing. Just perfect. Back right into what exactly I love about Frieren, which is watching Frieren go on adventures with her friends, exploring the world, seeing how things have changed over her hundreds of years of life, and also some kick-ass fights. Has everything you'd ever want. Perfect. It's only 10 episodes, which is the bad part of it. But, I mean, I loved it, and I'm very excited for next season. Next season was confirmed for October of next year. So we got a while. But, Frieren stayed doing Frieren things. Hell's Paradise Season 2. I am not caught up on Hell's Paradise Season 2, but I have been watching. Hi.
Hi.
Did you get stuff from the car, or what were you doing?
What?
Where'd you go?
Down to the car to get my racer that I left in there.
Okay, it was stuff in the car. Okay, anyway, sorry. All right, Hell's Paradise Season 2. Now, Hell's Paradise Season 2, I'm not caught up on it. I've kind of stopped so I could binge watch it. I like this show a lot. They're very horror-centric. If you've seen Season 1, it is more of that. Very, a lot of body horror, a lot of plant-based horror. Very interesting show. You have more of that and a lot of advances in the story in Season 2 with more characters being added, people getting a grasp of this ridiculous island that everyone's on, trying to search for the elixir of immortality. Very fascinating stuff. I like Hell's Paradise Season 2. So, been enjoying that. Jujutsu Kaisen, The Culling Game Part 1. I have not watched any of it, unfortunately. I've been waiting for my friend Neha to watch some with, and she has not wanted to watch it yet. I'm probably just going to watch it on my own at this point, unfortunately. but I've seen plenty of clips. I've read the manga, so like I know what happens in this, and I know the story goes insane. I'm very excited for it. I've seen clips because I'm not afraid of being spoiled about it, because like I know what's going to happen, right? Nothing's a spoiler for me. But the anime looks gorgeous. The action looks insane. Very excited to pick this up when I get the chance. I'm glad I can just binge watch it as well. So, looking forward to that. Good shit. You like Jujutsu Kaisen? More beautiful Jujutsu Kaisen coming your way. All right. All You Need Is Kill is another movie that is not available for me to watch, even though I really want to watch it. It was in theaters very briefly, but I did not get the chance to go see it in January. Ugh. All right. Oshinoko Season 3. I have not watched Oshinoko Season 3 yet at all. This is another one that I'm just waiting to binge watch. Oshinoko, the first 2 seasons were really, really good. I hear Season 3 is where it starts to fall off, because it does have a fall off. Haven't seen it. I don't know yet. But now that it's all out, I feel confident enough to binge watch it, because Oshinoko is one of those series where like leaves you on cliffhangers constantly kind of series. You're like, I want to know what happens next, and it's nice to have that option or that drive to click on the next episode. This is what I'm saving for that I've been saving for myself. Chain Soldier Season 2. I did watch this. I did end up watching it. I think I have like one more episode left in the season. It is more Chain Soldier. If you like from the creator of Akame ga Kill, an anime with even more women in uniforms who are even more horny than ever before. It is one of the few anime that has been as explicit as this is the one of the rare instances where I am being degen. I swear to, like, I rarely allow myself to be like to do this. Chain Soldiers, it's a guilty pleasure. Like I don't even feel guilty about it. I feel a little ashamed about it, I guess. It's weird. It's a weird series, but I do enjoy it. Mature audiences only. It gets crazy. It just is what it is. Moving on. My Hero Academia Vigilante Season 2. I watched the first couple episodes of the new season. Haven't really watched much past that. I wasn't super hooked by the current storyline, or it really hasn't developed yet. So another one where I'm like, I'll come back to it. I'll binge watch it a little bit, see if I can get back into the flow of it. As of right now, it's like, yeah, it's fine. It's more of, I don't know. I need to see where it's gonna go to see if I'm actually really interested in this, because like the first season had a entire plot and point to where it was going, that unfolded over the season, where you were like building up to a mystery and particular characters and their history with other characters, and that's not really in this yet, because the world's been unfolded. Basically, you understand your part in this world. You're not really seeing it through fresh eyes, which was the interesting thing about seeing the My Hero Academia universe through fresh eyes. So I'm gonna come back to it. First few episodes I saw were good though. Seemed good. Okay, now these next 3, Beastars finale, final season part 2, Trigun Stargaze, and Golden Kamuya final season. These are all conclusions, basically. I'm pretty sure Stargaze is a conclusion to these types of series, and I'm saving them for myself, right? I haven't watched them. These are another ones. They're gonna get a lot of this up front. As we go on, I watched a lot more, but a lot of these up front are ones that I save for myself so that I can binge watch them on a nice Saturday afternoon. That's what these are. Especially Golden Kamuya. I love this series immensely, and it's gonna hurt to see it end. So I've been saving up this one, waiting till it feels right to finally dive back into this world and wait for its conclusion. I love Golden Kamuy. Very excited to check all that out. I'm going to close them out here because I know I like those series, you know. Okay. Now for new stuff. Now for the new stuff. Fate Strange Fake. If you understand the Fate series, if you understand the Fate series, I'm sorry. If you like the Fate series, then hey, this one takes place in America with really cool design, lighting. It's animated by A1 Pictures, who does actually a really good job adapting this story. This is based off of a light novel by the creator of Baccano and Durarara, and it is amazing. It is, the animation is, A1 can be hit or miss. This is where they have their A team out, and they are hitting on all cylinders. I love the setting. It's a fake American town, and you have all these different bizarre mages coming together to fight each other. It is very complex, very convoluted, but there is a lot of fun to be had. And the animation's crisp. Super fucking crisp. These fight scenes are like this, along with another anime we're going to talk about later, is some of like the best action you will get all season, and maybe the best we get all year outside of Jujutsu Kaisen. Love it. I love this series so far. Planning on doing a video of it to dive a little further in, but I'm very, very happy with Fate Strange Fake. The other series that I'm very happy about, and I'm currently working on video for, is Sentenced to Be a Hero, probably my new anime of the season. Sentenced to Be a Hero is it's a dark fantasy anime about people who are penal heroes, which is like people who are criminals whose punishment are so severe they're sentenced to be a hero, which in this world means that they're basically like a quote-unquote Suicide Squad, right? Where they are given, they're basically given an ability, like they have something cast on them so they could be resurrected from death and have markings put on their neck so that if they try to disobey, their neck explodes and they die. So they have to fight an oncoming horde of demon blight, which is these demon lords are spreading an infection in the world that causes fairies to be what they call fairies. It's basically like the demons, like demon lords, little minions, to swarm human territories, and so they are basically the front line and a big weapon to fight against that. The entire group of heroes, led by Xylo Forbarts, is wonderful. I love all of these, especially Norgal Senridge, this guy right here. He is a man with delusions of grandeur who believes he is king. And the American voice, the dub in this is amazing, but the dub voice for Norgale specifically is the voice for Whitebeard. The dub voice for Whitebeard kills it. All of these people though, Dota, Rhino, Jace, Zav, Tatsuya, Venetim, all of these members, these are all members of the hero group, the hero core, and they are hilarious. I love them so much. The biggest problem with it is that the main people is Xylo Forbarts and Terita, his goddess, a goddess that he meets. Goddesses in this world are like living weapons, and he meets this goddess, and she chooses him to be her knight, her protector, the person she's gonna work with to fight the demon lords. And all she requires in return is head pats and praise. So it has a little bit of that creepy dynamic where they have a childlike character who is very possessive and attached to a older man. And I don't love that at all. So I'm going to talk about that a little later. There's some more things. Actually, it comes up with another anime later on that we'll get to. But there's nothing overtly creepy. You know, there's nothing overtly like, you know, that shows that he has any kind of interest in Terita or sees her in any sort of way other than someone he has to take care of. But it is a concern, and it is out there. So keep an eye on it. All right. Moving on. You and I are polar opposites. You and I are polar opposites is another anime that I'm absolutely planning on doing a video on. It is the hot rom-com of the season, and my God, it's great. I love it. The dub for this is one of the best dubs I've seen in a bit. It's so funny. It's a really funny dub. Now, if you're someone who wants to like, I want dub purism. They need to be translating the Japanese to English exactly. Then you're not probably gonna like this dub. But I do because it's silly, funny, and takes a lot of Gen Z humor that Gen Z and Gen Alpha humor that would be coming out of high school characters in this age group who have these type of personalities, and brings them to life. It's the first time I've ever heard the word chud in an anime, and it broke my brain when I heard it first. It's crazy that chud has entered the popular lexicon since I remember, you know, decades back, like in like 2012 or 2013, watching Chud, watching the movie Chud on Netflix. And then, of course, I did a video that covered Chud 2, Bud the Chud. And now Chud is just in the popular lexicon, and people don't understand that that's from Chapo Trap House complaining about fucking Republicans and their hog fans and supporters. I don't listen to Chapo myself, but I know that's where it comes from. So, you know, interesting stuff. This is a rom-com about a stoic, even-keeled boy and a hyper, energetic and popular girl, and the way that they are completely opposite of each other, but work perfectly together. They have a wonderful relationship. Very cute, very fun. I love it, and I think you'll love it too. I'm going to do a video talking all about this. Actually, I will say, if you don't like characters that are high-pitched and energetic, you may not enjoy it. I showed it to my roommate. They did not vibe with it. So there's that possibility. You know, everyone has their own taste, but me personally, I liked it. I thought it was fun and it's cute. Anyway, moving on. Cosmic Princess Kaguya, an anime movie that I actually had the chance to watch because it is on Netflix. People know it's an insult to Republicans. No, the internet people were embracing it. Yeah. So the thing with Chud is that, like, a lot of Gen Z and Gen Alpha have changed it to being just like, you know, like a slothful person, you know, being like just a piece of shit person. They don't really know the entire history of the etymology of it. It's taken on a bit of a new meaning with a lot of Gen Z and the TikTok people, but so I don't particularly know if people know that it is based off of that. Anyway, Cosmic Princess Kaguya. I want to double check here. How old is this? Okay. So it's that's not the source material. And okay, that's not the source material either. The source material is the movie. Okay, so Cosmic Princess Kaguya is a retelling of the Princess Kaguya story, except in modern day, well, slightly in the future, with a type of metaverse, you know, online space. Except people actually go there, and it's not controlled by Facebook. It's about a girl, an overworked high school girl who's living on her own to prove that she can, without any support from her parents. When one day she comes across a glowing telephone pole that's been struck by a comet from the sky. And inside the glowing telephone pole is Princess Kaguya, a little baby who quickly grows up to be a young woman. And they make music together and gain popularity together and go on magical adventures similar to the classic tale of the bamboo cutter or Princess Kaguya. You may have seen there's a Ghibli movie that adapts the Princess Kaguya story. So if you ever want to learn more about it, like the original story, you can check out that. They do explain it in the movie. Very fun movie. It reminds me a lot of like a Summer Wars type film, with that kind of like digital space being a place for people to congregate and have fun. And then stuff from the outside world impacts that. Very interesting. There's also a rags to riches element to it. I will say I tried watching the dub for this, and it was okay. It was passing. The dub itself, I think, was fine. Music in a dub is almost always bad. I did not enjoy the music. I'll say that. I like the music in the Japanese version better. That's almost always true for anime because, like, when you make up a melody and a harmony and you have a specific beat for how a song is supposed to be sung to communicate a message, translating that to another language is incredibly difficult and a lot of times just doesn't work. It just doesn't. So this situation abides by that rule, and it just doesn't really work. So, that's just the music, though. Everything else, like, I prefer the subbed. I prefer the sub version of this one. Dub is fine if you just change it back over to sub whenever it gets to a musical scene. So that's your advice from me. Okay. In a clear moonlit dusk. Now, this follows a young woman named Yaoi Takiguchi. Now, she is referred to as a prince of her high school, where she is basically seen at and looked up to by a lot of women because she's very attractive, she's very beautiful, but also has boyishly attractive appearance. People compare her constantly to a man, partly because she has short hair and like more masculine facial features, right? People think that she's really pretty if she was a guy. Which she's not really a fan of because she doesn't have because she just feels like she's a normal girl and she's like having a lot of attention on her for people thinking she has masculine features. And then she runs into the other school's prince, which is very washed out in this photo. White on white probably wasn't the best. I don't think this was the best poster idea because he has white hair and it's completely washed out here. Anyway, his name is Kohaku Ichimura. Anyway, and he is a more masculine. He is a very masculine man who is also called a prince by a lot of people and looked up to. And it is about them meeting and having being fascinated by each other. I like this series just because the connection between the two characters is cute. He is a very typical guy in a lot of ways, a very typical high school guy. And they don't really shy away from like the things a player like him, a very attractive man like him would be as a high schooler. And the Yoi's characteristics, she's very thoughtful and deals with the type of attention she gets from men and women in an interesting way. There's a lot of shows have this type of this archetype character of a woman being described as a prince, and a lot of times it's like used basically as a way to give a female character masculine features so that they can be set up for a lot of Yuri situations, right? Or like flirtations. More so flirtations. I don't really do a whole lot of. Oh my gosh, did this die really? What the hell? Okay, this thing never tells me the accurate. I'm gonna take this off. I don't need this right now. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Don't worry about that. So, a lot of times the anime will have characters like this to set up for like flirtatious Yuri relationships, which just isn't what this character wants or is really interested in. And it's interesting because a lot of times when I see this trope in some shoujo manga, or you see it sometimes in like just rom-com manga, the character who has this happen to them in those stories seems a lot of times seems unaware of their position or like how people view them. And in this, she is very aware of how people treat her, view her, and it brings up that it is really uncomfortable as a woman to be objectified by men and women in this specific way of being attractive because you have manly features, and how it's not a compliment to her. She doesn't like that. And her just discomfort with being with so many people perceiving her in this kind of way. I like that. I think it handles it really well. And it's it's interesting to like have a story be like, yeah, I mean, no matter how characters approach this, being objectified by the people around you isn't nice because they're not really caring about you as a person. They are projecting onto you how they think you are, or this idolization that they want to give you that you may not be ready for or comfortable with, and her finding connection and also an interesting relationship with a very outright person who also has a similar status in their school is interesting. I liked it. It was cute. I'm gonna keep watching it. I watched like 6 or 7 episodes. I'm gonna keep watching it. I liked it. It was enjoyable. Yeah. So if you're looking for a more straightforward romance drama anime, this is a good one to go for. Tune into the Midnight Heart. I think I watched 4 episodes of this. This is about. This is what it is. Tune into the Midnight Heart. So I watched like 4 episodes. It was okay. You hate me? Why? What do you hate? What do you hate? Why do you hate me? What's to hate? I have my own opinions about romance. Okay. Tune into the Midnight Heart. I don't know. I feel like because you said the numbers. Oh, I didn't even catch that until it was now. I did not. Didn't even recognize that I said 6'7". I did not even enter my mind. Because it just doesn't. So removed from that stuff. Anyway, tune into the Midnight Heart. This is an interesting anime because it's about a guy. I'll get his exact name here. Arisu Yamabuki. Arisu Yamabuki. He is a perfectionist, and he is he was obsessed with a woman in his local area who did kind of like Twitter Spaces, where she would go live, but it would just be audio. She would like stream, but it would just be audio, and she would do it late at night, at midnight. And he would be one of her few, if not only, viewers, and he had this connection to this streamer. But he didn't know what she looked like. He just knew that she lived in a similar area as him, and she would be going to a particular school eventually. And so he joins that school, and he goes to the audio club, and he meets 4 women who all have similar voices to the woman that he is looking for, because he wants to meet this woman named Apollo, which is what her screen name is, Apollo, and he wants to connect with her, or just like, not in a creepy way. He just wants to be like, I want to help your dreams come true because you want to have a future in audio, in the audio space as some sort of audio profession, and I want to help you get there or support you. And he meets 4 women, one that wants to be a singer, one that wants to be a voice actress, one that wants to be a VTuber, or is a VTuber. Very unrelatable. Who would know a VTuber? Anyway, and one that wants to be a news anchor. And it's basically his story connecting with each of them and trying to find out who is Apollo, this streamer that he once knew. And he gets confirmation from Apollo that she is one of the girls, but he won't tell her which one because they need to play it coy, I guess. I don't know. It's a bit absurd. Don't know why they needed to make. I don't know why they need. I mean, obviously they do it because it's the story, because they need the story to continue. I don't know what the character's motivation is for not revealing themselves to this guy, even though it's like clear that they both like each other and would like to be friends, but she won't be upfront about it for some reason. I don't know. I guess weird for one of your fans from your streaming days to come in and try to dox you. It's fine. It's fine. I don't know. So like I've watched a few episodes, and it's had moments with each of the characters where he's connecting to them, and seeing how he feels and helping them. And the person I think is the most interesting character, I would assume so. He helps the other two. Also, Parasocial, the anime, is what it sounds like. It does sound like that, doesn't it? It does. As a creator, it made me very uncomfortable to think of someone doing something like this, because it just like, even if you're a fan, I don't really want you in my life like that. I don't know. I don't see that as romantic. It's fine, but because like it's supposed to be kind of like romance-ish adjacent. And all the girls, I'm assuming, are eventually supposed to be infatuated with him. That's already showing as like a thing, because he's severely helping their lives. Arisu himself, though, is the big actual character in this that has rarely in these type of animes is the actual main character interesting, but he is such a narcissistic perfectionist that it's actually really funny to just see how extreme and how much he is ready to just go full force to do what he says he's gonna do, and how much pride he has in himself. Very interesting. You rarely get characters that have a personality like that. So on that end of things, it is fun. He is a fun character. The girls, they're all right. Seem pretty like typical, typical like a typical collection of the tsundere, the shy girl, the outgoing and friendly girl, the other one. I'm sorry, the newscaster girl with the black hair and black and red hair. Has one of my favorite designs, but she has not really had a whole lot of personality or things that make her stand out. So, the other one. I don't know. This is an anime that, like, maybe one day I'll go back and watch a few more episodes. It's fine. It's pretty funny. I like the main character. He's funny. But it wasn't like, oh, I need to see this, It was okay. Okay, series. What's the studio behind this? That makes sense. They just did a whole bunch of this kind of stuff. Okay. They did the old person anime. Bunch of 5s and 6s. And a 7. Okay. Alright. It's alright. Terror Man. I tried watching this. I couldn't find it. And then I just gave up. I wasn't really all that interested in this anime anyway. I don't really know what it's about. Meh. That third one is this season. Oh, that makes sense. That tracks. We'll preview it. We'll preview it. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. Anyway, what do you mean last season? It's fine. Journal with Witch. This is an anime I really wish I could make a video about. But I really don't know how to do it justice. So it follows a 35-year-old novelist whose older sister she had a very rocky relationship with and had been no contact with for years, suddenly dies. And after she dies, her and her husband die. And they leave behind a 15-year-old girl. And this aunt doesn't know her niece at all, but sees that she is now an orphan, that she's alone, and takes her in. Decides that she's going to be there to raise her and protect her, and help her grow into an adult, and take care of her in these moments. And this is an anime about grief, about processing, about that difficult time in your life as a teenager, especially as a teenage girl, how you view yourself and how you view the world, but also about being a 35-year-old woman who doesn't have kids, doesn't really want kids, and isn't married, and works as a novelist, who has their own ambitions in life and how she views life. It's very clearly trying to make Makio is the main character, and Makio clearly has they're neurodivergent, probably a form of autistic, high functioning autism, where they don't see the world like other people. They don't, other things that are important to them are not as important. Things that are important to them are not as important to other people, right? So they don't have a whole lot of worries about birthdays, holidays. They're very practical, and only really, I don't understand the way people get up in arms about certain things in life, right? They have things that they care about, of course, but like they view life very differently than most people. And it is Asa, the niece, seeing this woman who is living her own life in the way she wants to, and reflecting on how she wants to be like that, and how she can, how practical that is. This is an amazing anime. I'm going to say this out. This is one of my favorite. This is one of my, like, if I need to recommend an anime to anybody, this is the one I would choose, because I think it's incredibly thoughtful. It has many different long discussions between characters about life, about how you view it and about how you use it, about how you connect with family or maybe disconnect with family, and the value in, trying to maintain those relationships, or when they don't work, having to let them go. It also talks about, there's male characters in this, adult male characters, who talk about their own views in life and their own reflections and relationships with masculinity, and how a lot of them have more secure relationships because they are not in those hyper-masculine spaces, and how those affect other characters that aren't really fully main focuses, but are parts of the backstory, that are parts of the story in the background. The direction is amazing as well. There's plenty of episodes where they cut between different conversations and different characters in different times, and you see these like multiple different stories, how they weld together and all form a similar message. I love Journal with Witch. As someone who has lost people really close to me, its way of talking about grief and how you deal with that, even with people who you've been estranged from. I have been the 30-year-old sibling who has to deal with one of my siblings who I had not spoken to at length for years, passing away suddenly, and how I had to deal with that and process that, and how and my relationship is not the same thing as what Makio has to deal with her sister, but I mean, I understood it. It was beautiful. The way Asa has to deal with her parents dying is hard and tragic, and these characters are allowed space to be imperfect. And I love it a lot. I love it. This is genuinely, like, if you want an anime that I would consider just art, that's it. This is it. This is the one that I know I'll be recommending to a lot of people because I love it, you know. And it's not, I talk about all this stuff about grief and about pain, but it's not even like a sad anime because there's a lot of uplifting parts of it, hope, joy, and people genuinely trying to connect with each other. That's heartwarming and beautiful. I love this. A Journal with Witch, check it out. I can't recommend it enough. It's that part of the diet, you know, of your media diet. It's like your I don't want to call it vegetables, but like it is that core, that core parts of stories that remind you why we tell stories, which is to relate and understand parts of the world that we don't have the ability to experience ourselves, or maybe hearing about other experiences from people can help you relate to those experiences that you've had, those times you had to deal with grief, times you had to deal with feeling alone or out of step with people, and how you can process that. I love it. I cannot praise it enough. I love it so much. I probably should do a video on it. Okay. Shibayugi, playing death games to put food on the table. Now, this anime, coming into it, I thought was going to be interesting. It's artful, but I thought it might be a little trashy, you know? And I was kind of right. Kind of. So it's about a woman named Yuki who engages in death games. Basically, it's kind of like, just clip that and make that the video. I want to do it justice, you know? I feel like I could do that, but like I want to do Journal with Witch. It's good. It's good. That's why I like doing this part. Doing this part of the of these streams, because I love being able to reflect back on these type of animes that maybe I won't be able to make a video on, but that I do love talking about. Okay. So by death games here, by playing death games, it's kind of like Saw situations. You ever seen Saw 2, where like it's a bunch of people trapped in a location and they have to figure out different ways of escaping it. Death games come in many different forms and shapes, but Yuki plays them because it's what her job is. She puts food on the table by playing in death games, kind of like a Squid Game situation also, where people from the outside watch you play these games. You never really see those people. You never know who's watching. You just keep in Yuki's perspective as she tries to live through these games. Now, the games are inhabited entirely by other young women who are in desperate situations, typically trying to find their own way out. The thing that typically I wouldn't like on that premise alone, I might not have watched it. But the direction of this is very artfully done. Actually, here I was trying to find the director. Here, well, I want to show the trailer for this real quick. Turn down the.
さ、行きましょう。この味、美味しいです。
Okay.
生きて帰れたら、そうなれるよ。
Yeah, here we go. So there's a lot of really artfully done usage of colors and lines and lack of lines for their art. Like you see characters here. There's a lot of scenes where these characters don't really have fully, they don't really have any line art to them, right? They just are colors, right? There's no black outline for these characters. It's just like all their colors kind of just mixed together and just left there. And very pretty. This happens at a lot, like, there's a lot of different interesting angles they take, a lot of different perspectives they use. It looks really nice. It's a really nice looking show. And the first few episodes of this are really fun and interesting and complex. And of course, you're dealing with a horror show with a lot of death and high stakes games, right? It kind of falls off near the end. You know, there's the last couple episodes I didn't find as interesting. And so you have to kind of just get used to characters dying nonstop, because most of the I don't say most of the a lot of the characters you're supposed to care about are going to die. And it's like a exploration on Yuki as a character, and someone who would put themselves in a position to play games like this, and how ruthless you have to be to play these types of games. It was interesting. I watched it all the way through. I watched all 11 episodes because I was fascinated by it. I don't think it's one I would really recommend to people unless they like love Saw movies, you know? But even then, it's not really gory. It's really interesting because like characters in this show have like a preservation technique done to them in show universe. It makes sense. In reality, it makes no sense, but in show universe, it makes sense. Where if they get cut or if they get disemboweled or anything like that, they get like if there's supposed to be blood coming out, instead it will come out as like a stuffing, right? So it makes them feel like the girls in these games are dolls. The in-universe explanation is that, you know, the in-universe explanation for this is that the women involved in these games don't have they've been preserved like this so that the viewers of the games don't have to see a bunch of blood and gore, because they don't want to see that because it's off-putting. They want to see them turn into stuffing, right? Which is generally what happens. Which is like in universe as like a show, you know, it's like portraying how these women are all being treated as dolls for this game by these people over top of them, controlling them with money and like promises that they can escape their debt or move on and maybe have a better life, sacrificing their humanity and their lives for the chance of this, all while they've been turned into playthings for the elites that bet on these kind of games, right? I'm assuming elites. They haven't showed who it is, but like I'm assuming it's got to be like it feels like a Squid Game thing, right? It also does that because like for the audience, like for anime audiences, you don't have to show a whole bunch of gore. It makes it easier to sell and package this anime to people. Very convenient. I don't think that's intentional. I think the light novel probably has it as like that as for that messaging of them being kind of like dolls, but who knows? I don't know. It's one of those ones where it just feels like a lot of it is putting young girls through torturous situations, and some of them have to work to betray others. And it's artfully directed, very beautiful backgrounds, and interesting character designs, but there is a very exploitative element to it that feels gross to look at, you know? So this is what it is. So I wouldn't have, I watched through it. I did watch all of it. So I can't say that like I wasn't entertained. I think there's a lot of entertaining elements in this show, especially all the different kinds of characters you meet. But that is going to be one of the big things here, is that you are watching young girls be exploited and butchered for the amusement of people in show universe and of course out of show universe watching this. So yeah, who knows? I'm sure this is gonna get a season 2 though. I'm surprised Studio Dean did this of all studios, but I'm interested. I'm actually interested in the negative feelings of this. A storyless story with a pervasively apathetic, nihilistic air about it that progresses on a geriatric pace. I would say the last couple episodes are geriatrically paced. I don't think majority of it is, but the last couple episodes are geriatrically paced. The first few, this person only watched 3 episodes. I would not say that about the first 3 episodes at all. Why do people only watch 3? Okay. For me, it simply represented an abstract, artsy-fartsy way of conveying things progressing. This fits with the general style this show seems to be going for. I don't think that's accurate. I feel like that takes looking at a show that is trying to have some sort of messages and is trying to be artful in its depiction of this violence, and just being like, oh, it's trying to be artsy-fartsy. I don't know. I think that's a thought-killing exercise, but whatever. Moving on. I don't know if I'd recommend this. Very, very asterisks. A lot of asterisks on this one. But you know, it's interesting. It's definitely interesting. Definitely kept my attention. And it's not, of course, like again, like there's not a whole lot of gore, not a whole lot of blood, and not a whole lot of like anything super sexualized or creepy, outside of the entire concept of young girls being butchered, which has some sort of, you could argue, has some sort of bizarre sexualization to it. But anyway, moving on. I'm gonna move on here. But this is one that I would tentatively say is interesting. The Darwin Incident. This is the most recent one I've been watching. I'm episode 5, I think, of this. But it follows a humanzee named Charlie, who is a hybrid human and chimpanzee that is found in a lab in America by the Animal Liberation Alliance, a bunch of eco-terrorists. After 15 years, he starts attending human high school. Is it 15? I believe it's 15. He starts attending a human high school, and it's his stories dealing with the reemergence of the Animal Liberation Alliance and the trying to integrate into human society while also just not being human, not being an animal, just being somewhere in between. Very, very interesting. This is an interesting show to me. One thing I'll say is that I didn't like its art style at all. And that art style seems like the wrong way to say it, right? It reminds me a lot of anime like Pluto, or Super Criminals, if you remember that, where I'm gonna close. There is this. There we go. That's a good scene for it. The majority of the show feels okay. Here's a good example. These kind of examples here. Okay, well, that design's always a bit weird too. All right. So the art style in this feels very, I don't know what the word to describe it is. It doesn't feel like it has a lot of life to it. It feels very bright, very polished, a bit too polished, if that makes sense. Where it feels like it kind of like has like sanded off personality from it. I don't feel a whole lot of personality in the overall backgrounds and art style from this show. A lot of the characters, when you have shows that focus on Americans, because this entire show takes place in America, almost all American characters. I I don't know, they just seem a bit weird. Like they seem a little bit too detailed in ways. But like when they make it more detailed, it feels like it's a little like movements and characters feel a little stiff. I don't really know how to describe it. I don't like it's production wise. Like I don't really vibe with it too much. Its dub is very bad. Amazon did this. This is being put out by Amazon Prime, and they cheaped out on this dub. I'm gonna be real. I did not vibe with the dub at all here, and I think they just didn't give the dub team a lot of good direction to like or time to like make this all fit and work together. I would say the OP is really interesting. I like the OP because it has a nice beat to it. But this isn't a series I would say I loved at all. I'm probably gonna watch a few more episodes. But like it's one of those series that tries to be very thoughtful and philosophical about veganism, about the way we treat animals, about the way we treat society and people, and or how different are people from animals, and what's all these different kinds of topics. And I feel like it handles them with the grace of a 18-year-old giving their college freshman dissertation, dissertation, like a college freshman presentation, PowerPoint presentation. It's like, I see where you're going with this. You're putting effort into this here. It just feels a bit too basic. I don't know. It's interesting. But it's kind of ugly. It's kind of ugly looking. Just production wise, like the character. I mean, obviously, I think a lot of people are going to judge it because Charlie is a humanzee. He is human and chimpanzee. He looks a bit weird, like he would, because he's a hybrid. And I think that's going to cause a lot of people, because this score is not very good. I think that's it's going to cause a lot of people's holdups. I remember it's interesting. I was listening to the dev podcast for Smite, which is Titan Talk. And they were on there talking about how in Smite, there's a lot of really good characters, literally fun characters that aren't human, that are either like Fenrir's a wolf, Kepri's a giant scarab beetle, Tiamat is a dragon, Kukulkan's a dragon, all these kind of things, like where they're beastly creatures, right? There's bats, rats, squirrels, ice golems, things like that, right? Hi.
Sorry, I dropped my fidget. I dropped my silent fidget.
So silent. But anyway, yeah, it's just like it's like characters like that, right? They just aren't as popular as human-based characters. For whatever reason, people just don't like interacting with characters that aren't humanoid, because they want to see themselves in that character a bit, and you just don't get that with people who are different. So when the main character is, a human chimpanzee hybrid who looks very different, is, I think, gonna cause some people just to not want to engage with it or like it, just based off of that, Which I think that's a shallow reason. I understand that. Aren't we all monkey? Aren't we all yellow ring? Aren't we all? But like that is like, I think that's a shallow reason, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be one of the major things that drag this score down, is people just can't relate to Charlie at all, even though he is still partly human. Interesting. And in the end, isn't that what we all are talking about here? Much to discuss and think about. Anyway.
In the end, aren't we all the monkey?
We are all the monkey. How dare you? Anyway. But yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. I wasn't really vibing with it all that much. I might give it a few more episodes, but The Invisible Man and His Soon-to-Be Wife. This is the story of a man who is invisible in a fantasy world that is like our world, but except there's like beast people and like people who are invisible and like magic stuff. And his and his girlfriend, who is a blind person that he works with, who's a blind secretary. I watched one episode of this. It was cute, but I didn't care. I just didn't care about the relationship or the characters, because he's like a very proper but, polite and kind of bashful character, and she is blind and also very bashful and inexperienced with love, and I'm just like, I'm not here for all this, oh, I touched his hand kind of like bullshit. I just don't. I'm too old for that. Pass. It says two perfect characters, too bland. Exactly. It felt very bland. And the fantasy world of it all didn't really add anything to it. Also, they work in a detective agency, and I got no hint that anything detective was ever going to happen. I just don't care. I just don't get what the point is. It's just like them being in a relationship. I don't know. I watched one episode and then I peaced out. Kaya-chan isn't scary. I watched 3 episodes of this, and firstly, dub, not that good. Secondly, the story, not that good. It's about a young girl named Kaya, who is at a kindergarten, and she sees ghosts everywhere. I'm so looking forward to this. It's about a kindergartner. She sees ghosts everywhere and monsters everywhere, and she goes and she does, she goes and she does like she does different things to like stop them. Like if kids open a book, there's like a ghost that'll pop out and scare them, or like they will attach them and scare them. It's just she seals off all the books, and the teacher's like, "What are you doing, Kaya? You're being such a troublemaker." But secretly she sees the ghosts, and she has to, but she can't, if she tells people that, no one will believe her, except one teacher who understands that she is seeing ghosts. I was really bored by this series. Oh my god, there's one character, they keep doing this thing where there's like a guy, an overweight, balding, middle-aged man who is always stalking Kaya, watching from a distance. But he's actually a very sweet man who was once had an affliction, a ghost affliction, and Kaya scared off the ghost and helped him. And now he's doing her best to help her how she can. I don't know. It's fine. It's fine. I don't know. This is dumb. It's dumb. It's not scary at all. It just takes like, what if Kaya was there to save the people that were in the grudge kind of like situation? What if a little girl was able to stop a grudge kind of situation? You know, that's basically what it is. And it's fine. I don't know. I had no interest in continuing on. Bye. God. I like what clips I saw of You and I Are Perfect Opposites, where the Garu gal takes her first selfie with her boyfriend, giggles all the way home, then realizes the most awkward, fugly thing ever. It was adorable. I already talked about You and I Are Polar Opposites, but I love that anime. The dub for that anime is hilarious. The You and I Are Polar Opposites, I'm going to do a video on it. It's going to be in the next video I do after I do my Sentence to Be a Hero video. But, you're good. But, I figured. But You and I Are Polar Opposites is hilarious. And it has a lot of humor to it. That reminds me of Horimiya in a way, where you have the central characters who are interested in each other and get together fairly early in the series, and then that allows you to expand and focus on all these side characters around the main characters. So you get to see the main characters' relationship and the different struggles they have, and like dating and just how to understand how to date, while also talking about while also dealing with all these other different characters and how they relate to each other. Like there's a character who's basically there's one character named Taida who just seems like he's starting down the incel pipeline, and like calls himself a chud, and he just feels miserable and hates himself, and just seeing the way that everyone around him doesn't really view him like that. He's just in his own head a lot, and their way of trying to Like the way he like tries to get out of his own head is very interesting. A lot of fun characters in that show. I love it. You and I Are Polar Opposites that's the rom-com I would recommend. Love Through a Prism. This is a Wit Studio animated anime about Lily Ichijoin, a Japanese exchange student that has traveled to London to study art, specifically oil painting. This anime is gorgeous, interesting, deals with a character in an entirely foreign atmosphere of early 1900s London, England. And I like it. There's 20 episodes of it. I'm on episode 6, I think. And maybe I'm further in, but I've enjoyed it. I'm going to keep watching it. I haven't had the time to yet, but I'm going to keep watching it because I like this character. I mean, it's a very typical rom-com setup. We have the very serious Lily working at becoming an artist, very serious about her craft, and she runs into Kit Church, the number one in school, who everyone has all these different patrons and is already being admired for his artistic talent because he sees the world in just a different way, and he doesn't act like everybody else. And her relationship to him and how they interact, very, very interesting, very interesting. I like the series a lot. I like the series a decent amount, I should say. I want to see where it goes before I decide how I feel about it fully, but I like the series. It's definitely one I would recommend giving a shot. I will say the dub for this is terrible. And like it's frustrating because the sub also doesn't live up to my expectations for a show like this. Because this is like the perfect opportunity if you had any money and you gave a shit to have a mixed audio, right? So Lily is a character who is coming from Japan, who speaks English, but doesn't really speak English well. There's not a lot of that lost in translation, fish out of water stuff, you know. It's like fish out of water, yeah, like her adjusting to being in London, but you don't get a whole lot about her like adjusting to like the language and everything. You hear her talk about it at certain points, but never really see it. Like you never really see that either in the dub or the sub. And there's other Japanese characters that get introduced to the story, and those two characters are clearly conversing in Japanese. But if you watch the sub, they're just conversing in Japanese. If you watch the dub, they're just conversing in English, British English, which is, you know, I have a problem with a lot of Netflix dubs lately. A lot of the ones I've seen just aren't really well paced or don't feel like they have a lot of solid direction. Also, there's an ad that's going to start here. Boop. Okay. But this would have been great to have like this mix where you would have a character in Lily who is struggling with their English, struggling to communicate or understand their world, and there's this other character, this Japanese character, who has better English, very, very proper English because he's a little richer, was tutored by actual Englishmen, and you can see that kind of dynamic. Also, the dynamic of her communicating with people in her own language. I don't know. Like, there's definitely a lot of things that could be done to like elevate this, you know? Like if you watch a Hollywood movie a lot of times, or you watch a lot of movies, you know, it will switch between languages. There's like it's a Hollywood movie, it's mainly in English, but also they switch to Japanese, or they switch to French, or they switch to different languages in the story. Another Wit Studio anime that did this was to an extent was Great Pretender. Great Pretender did this a little bit, and I like that. I like being able to handle that. But I don't know. They didn't do that. I thought that would elevate it. I saw someone tweet about that, and I saw that tweet, and that inspired me. But yeah. Yeah. Apparently, the guy who translated Steel Ball Runs manga in France is openly criticizing Netflix's distribution strategy. And yeah, while translating polyglots in a dub is hard, yeah, it's very hard. Yeah, it is hard, but like it would elevate the product to do that. I also think it's also because Netflix is trying to be as cheap as Crunchyroll and Amazon. So that's the thing, though, is interesting, is that Crunchyroll has established relationships with a lot of dubbing studios, and a lot of Crunchyroll dubs, even when I don't like the anime, even when the anime is trash, the dub is pretty good, right? The dub, like the actual dub work is solid. Amazon is very hit or miss. Early on, they had some good ones, but they, but like lately for most Amazon, no, like it's very hit or miss because Sanda had a really good dub. And a lot of the Netflix ones I've seen, I've seen a lot of good dubs on Netflix, but lately I've not been seeing a lot. It's very, unless it's like a top shelf one, I don't feel like they spring for a lot of money on those dubs, which is to say that I don't think they give the actors time to really nail their characters' inflection and tone. That is their problem. It's not the actors. It is, it's not always the directors, but it is, yeah. Bang Zoom is one of the big translation houses, and I think Wendy Lee is the director over there nowadays. Bang Zoom is the big one. Bang Zoom is great. They usually do really good work. Yeah. But like their Delicious in Dungeon dub for Netflix is great, but like then they'll put out like something about a flower. There's one anime like a season or two ago. I remember watching it. Hold on. Your turn. Was that long ago? Okay. You make me wanna. I'm trying to find where it was. It's like the Flower Blooms with Dignity, I think is what it was called. Probably from the one before. It's probably from Summer. There it is. Yeah. Stop it. The Fragrant Flower Blooms with Dignity. Yeah. This is a good series. Terrible dub. Terrible fucking dub. I'm sorry. It's a really bad dub. Okay. Anyway, I like Love Through a Prism. I'm excited to watch more of it. Interesting series. Champion Witch. Yeah. This is a series. I'm just not in the target audience for, unfortunately, I don't think. So it follows this woman who is a dark witch, which in this world, black and white don't mean the same things as you may think. It's not good and evil. But she's a dark witch who, if someone touched her, they would be poisoned. And as she walks through any place, her footsteps sprout poison mushrooms that purify the area and bring out their toxins, the toxins of a certain place into her mushrooms. And she's a very sweet, quiet girl who wants to experience love and tenderness and touching people for the first time, and it's about her struggles dealing with that while also dealing with meeting a young boy who is cursed with a deadly curse, and she wants to help him. I've watched 6 episodes of this. Champignon es francés. I don't speak French. I ain't gonna try. I chose Spanish. I'm not good at that either. But I don't know. This is one of those series. I was watching it and I'm like, there's some interesting aspects to this. It's very storybook, very interesting, but I just don't know if it's for me. I don't know. It's just not for me, unfortunately. I wanted to like this more, but I just couldn't really get into it. Very pretty though, very pretty backgrounds. I love the storybook design to it here. The actual like character animation, there's not any action. A lot of character animation's pretty simplistic, but it looks pretty, and the story's pretty interesting. It's just not my jam. Man, good thing none of your Canadian friends are from Quebec, huh? It's okay, even the people I know from Quebec smack talk the province. Izzy is from near Quebec. Izzy actually knows French. They are French Canadian, but So we've made jokes about it. My family's French Canadian too. Like my mom's side of the family's almost. My grandma on my mom's side is French Canadian, and her whole family is from Quebec. So like, I grew up with my mom telling me that she did not enjoy French Canada, does not enjoy French Canadians, does not think they're very nice people, and I never bothered learning French. So anyway, okay, time for the worst anime of the season that I watched. An Adventure's Daily Grind at 29. This is an anime I thought could be cute, like a buddy daddies kind of thing, where a guy runs into a cute little girl, and has to take care of them. You know, Sense to Be Hero was a similar anime in this way. You know, where there's a, it was like kind of, yeah, where they have to work together, and he has to learn how to be a father figure and a parent, kind of like Journal with Witch was a little bit. You know, there's a lot of different, there's like two other anime that had a very similar premise to this season that I absolutely loved. This anime is fucking terrible. This is the one of those just have kids already, damn it, anime. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not even that. Okay. So this guy, this fucking Hajime guy, he meets this fucking little girl in the dungeon, right? He saves her from the dungeon. She's being attacked by a slime. Takes her home. Decides to raise her because she doesn't have any family. They share the same bed because, like, she's a little girl. That he sleeps at hotels, you know, because he's an adventurer in the area. He sleeps at an inn. In the morning he wakes up and she's grown into a mature woman, because she's not a human little girl, she is a succubus. Well, I'm gonna say that again. This little girl right here is a succubus. And she makes goo eyes at the main character in episode 1. She can change into a mature adult. I watched 2 episodes of this because I wanted to see where the fuck they were going with that. And they just introduced another succubus character, and like, yeah, she's a succubus. She'll be real good at being that. She could be a real good succubus. And I'm like, I don't want to talk about that with a fucking child, you pieces of shit. Go fuck yourself. Don't watch this fucking anime. It is garbage, trash, piece of shit. No. Check the creator's hard drives. Check the creator's find the mangaka who created this. Check his fucking hard drive. Moving on. Speaking of checking the hard drive now. Scum of the Brave. Scum of the Brave is based off of a light novel by Rocket Shokai, which is also the exact same light novel writer who made Sentence to Be a Hero. And much like Sentence to Be a Hero, it follows a older man who has to deal with underage girls glomming onto him while he tries to work at slaying demon lords. No, I don't think I will check that mangaka's hard drives. You shouldn't. The authorities should. Anyway, so Scum of the Brave. There's a guy. Let me set the scene a little bit here. First off, I want to say Scum of the Brave is nowhere near as creepy as the last anime was. But it follows this guy. What's his name again? I can't remember. Yashiro, that's it. Yashiro. You got Yashiro here. Now, Yashiro, he's a dude's dude, right? He's what's called a brave. Braves are basically kind of like bounty hunters in this world, where there are demon lords, Yakuza guys who have been given, who are able to get surgery to get magical powers. And he is a guy who is like paid to take them down. All right, cool. Yeah, that's fine. But you know, those kind of jobs are few and far between. And what he really likes doing in life, between jobs, is going to his bar, meeting up with his friends, having some pizza, having some beers, playing Magic the Gathering, or legally not Magic the Gathering, and losing money in bets on his Magic games, and getting further in debt. Then all of a sudden, these 3 high school girls in these uniforms here, who are trained to be Braves like him, find him and are like, "Hey, we suck at being Braves. We want to be better at it. You're really good. Will you teach us?" And he's like, "No, I won't." And they're like, "Please?" And he's like, "No." And they keep bothering him until like he, and they go on missions together, but like he's resistant to it. I don't know. It's kind of okay. It's nothing worth watching. It's nothing crazy. It's just interesting how it's very similar to another anime, Sentence to Be Hero, and they're both by the same guy. So he's ripping off himself. Scum of the Brave was written first, then Sentence to Be Hero. Sentence to Be Hero is objectively better in every way, shape, or form. It is better animated. It's better paced. It is more interesting characters and a more interesting premise. But this is okay. I wouldn't recommend it. You don't really need to see this. It's okay. Oh my God. There are 5 reviews. 3 of them are negative. I'm assuming because it doesn't look all that good. Not in a good way. Feels shallow and cheap rather than clean or effective. I could barely make it through 5 episodes that felt like, and that felt forced. Yeah, I feel that. The animation's not great. The production's not all that good. This is by OLM. Oriental Light and Magic did this. I expect better from OLM. They make some good shit. This is not one of them. Blech. But anyway, those are my thoughts on the anime that I watched in for the winter of 2026. We're an hour and a half into the stream. We haven't even talked about the new season. We haven't even talked about the new season. Oh my gosh. But let's get to this. I'm gonna take a second to collect get my breath a little bit here. I'm gonna open up all these different tabs of these new animes. I feel like we're gonna be able to breeze through this a little. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Oh God, they did more of that. We got a lot to talk about. Oh, this is gonna be a long stream. I don't know how many of these are actually gonna be anywhere near close to good. I'm gonna guess not many, but we'll see. Okay. All right. To start off first here, we're gonna just talk about the new anime. The new anime. The anime that's brand spanking new coming out here. But is also returning anime. We're talking about first the returning anime. The anime returning here. The anime that's not new and is returning back to us. Starting with Re:Zero, Starting Life in Other Worlds, Season 4. It's Re:Zero. I like Re:Zero a lot. It's one of the best isekai. But it is an isekai. And you may not like Re:Zero. It's the 4th season. I don't know. Check it out if you want to see like the peak of what an isekai can really be, or one of the peaks of it. It's really good. I like this show. I'm excited for more of it. I don't really want to say anything else other than that. Yay! Is Gen Urobuchi still writing this show? Re:Zero? I don't think so. I don't know. Was he before? I don't remember. Who was the manga by? Not manga. More related injuries. A light novel. Yeah. No, he didn't write this show. Shinichiro Otsuka. Shinichiro Otsuka. That's the that's the artist. Tapai Nagatsuki. Nagatsuki? Tappei Nakatsuki? Anyway, someone else. Not Gen Urobuchi. I don't know. It's a good show. I'm gonna be watching it. This is sorry. I can't bring this back. This is like the one I'm almost certainly gonna be following weekly. I like this show. I followed the last season weekly. Glad it's back for season 4. There's a pretty big break here between seasons 2 and season 3. Glad we didn't have that again. It's been like a year since season 3, so that's more in line with what I'd like. So cool. More ReZero. That time I got reincarnated as a slime season 4. If you don't know about this, it is the other isekai about being reincarnated in another world, but he's reincarnated as a slime, and then he absorbs a human body and is mainly human most of the time, and he like builds a kingdom of monsters and they do things. I don't know. I got really bored with this series after like the first 10 episodes in season 1. I don't really know how people are still going on with it. I don't really see the point. I'm sorry. Reincarnated as a slime. I loved you when you started, but you just kept going, and I didn't really need that. So, boop. Classroom of the Elite, 4th season, 2nd year, 1st semester. I never watched Classroom of the Elite, and at this point, I don't really care. There's a lot of season 4s. This is the 3rd season 4 over the 3 anime we've talked about. All season 4s. Okay, perfect. Now, this is probably one of the most hyped anime I have heard of in a long time. Witch Hat Atelier? Atelier? I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'll be real. I don't know. I hate when they use, I'm assuming this is French. I don't understand how to pronounce French words. And I don't care to learn. Anyway, this is highly anticipated anime. Atelier. But the R always throws me off. Witch Hat Atelier. It's French for an artist's studio, basically. Okay. So, we're going to pull up the trailer on this. We're going to watch the trailer real quick. Okay, don't do that. Don't want to do that here. We're going to watch the trailer real quick. And then we're going to read the synopsis. So, let me put this back on here. All right. Oh. Gotta make my... There we go. Gotta make my camera a little smaller here. Oh, look at me, I'm tiny. Okay. Long ago, magic wasn't something special. Nothing special.
の日と共に禁じられた人を傷つける魔法。
スバーリ棒には関わりたくない。
先生が言ってたの。
いつまで隠しておけるかな。
禁止されずに残った魔法はみんなを幸せにするためにあるんだって。
そう願うよ。そう願う。
Wow. Okay. How many views does this have? 1 million views put out a month ago. That's crazy for Crunchyroll. I was seeing hype not for this anime, but another fantasy style show when I visited Scramble Crossing last year. But Witch Hat has a lot of hype surrounding it. Yeah. This is probably the most hype anime, new anime this season. Anime by Bug Films. Hey, they did, before I click on it, they did Zom 100, right? Yes, they did, yeah. Good for Bug Films. Oh, okay. All right. Coco, a humble dressmaker's daughter, has always been fascinated by magic and witches who cast it. Despite the strict precautions they take to hide their methods from the public, strict methods they take to hide their methods from the public. Okay. However, when Coco takes advantage of a golden chance to spy on a skilled witch, Kifre, she realizes that her favorite picture book was a disguised magic book all along. In her excitement, she immediately starts testing out the various spells. When a spell causes a disaster in her home, Kifre rescues her just in time and decides to train her. Realizing that she is the first lead he has found that could help him track down the Brimmed Caps, a dangerous group of heretics who experiment with forbidden body-altering magic and spread magical artifacts among the commoners. Before Coco and Kifre can confront the Brimmed Caps, she is going to have to improve her magical skills and learn to get along with Kifre's other apprentices. I've heard this anime talked about a lot as one of the hype. The mangas for this type of talked about a lot as one of the big hyped new mangas coming out. And now it's finally got its much anticipated adaptation. It looks beautiful, it looks interesting, and I am very excited to see this one. That's on the must-watch list. The Angel Next Door Spoils Me Rotten, Season 2. I didn't want to watch Season 1 of this, and I especially don't want to watch Season 2 of it. It's about a guy who has a next-door neighbor who's really into him. That's it. I don't give a fuck. Dr. Stone, Science Future, Part 3. Dr. Stone, the hit series made by the creator of iShield 21, about a guy who is super smart, and he's in an age where there's not a lot of technology, and he makes technology on his own. I watched halfway through Season 3, and then I just stopped caring about this show. It's fun. It's an interesting premise, but I just don't care all that much. That's all right. It's fine. Bye. Wistoria, Wand and Sword, Season 2. Now, this is an anime that has a very generic story about a boy who is looked down upon by a lot of people because he has poor skills. He's not the most skilled magician, but he is incredibly fast and incredibly strong, and an excellent fighter. And he has a lot of ambition to be the best. Kind of like a more serious version of Mashle. Season 1 of this was gorgeous. This is a breathtakingly animated show. It looks like the action in this series, in Season 1 of the series, is honestly kick-ass. And while the story is fairly basic, very basic shonen slop, I shouldn't say slop, but you know, very basic shonen type, typical like stuff you'd see in a Shonen Jump manga. I liked it. I was engaged with it. I kept reading it because I was like, hey, I like this. I like the things you're putting down here. I like the way you make it look all cool and stuff. So let's watch the trailer for this to see if they're gonna stick on being cool. Hold on a second. Weird. Okay. I'm just gonna boop.
期限を取り戻せ君の始まりをさあ剣を取れ
Believers going back, back to kill この魔法学院はこの世界は魔法が全てなんだ
地獄の宴だ
魔法が使えるものを塔に上げてどうする気だ杖の墓場で一体何ができる
悲しみは魔法とは努力の先にあるもの決して諦めなければ魔法にも勝る力があると信じて僕にとって魔法は
That blade! Is that the mage killer?
相手がいる今私の命は貴様らよりも軽い
何も救えない何もできない僕が魔法を使えないから
Is it because I can't use magic? If I can't use magic,
お前は
you can use magic.
使えるよみんなに希望を示す
Oh god.
たった一つの魔法 Believers going back, back せいぜい暴れてもらうぜ最高だ
君はもう答えを知っているその胸に宿る魔法の名を産声を上げろ君の魔法の名は
Wow. Wow. Courage. Wow. Okay. Well, let's see if they can keep up that pace here with Storia, the power of Sakuga. Storia was season 1 was like not the most deep story, not the most interesting characters, but God, it was cool to look at. So sometimes you need those. Keeping it. Now, I have no idea what this is about. I saw, I think, a brief, like, glimpse at this poster before, but I don't know anything about this series. It's called Daemons of the Shadow Realm. The Shadow Realm. Producers. Oh, it's Bones. Bones animated this. All right, let us watch the trailer first. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. And we're gonna hide me a little bit here. Oh, I'm hidden.
夜と昼を分かつ子が生まれてしまった
Children dividing night and day have been born.
俺も村の外へ出てそんなにいいかね下界
Oh, that's right. It's by the creator of Fullmetal Alchemist.
お勤めを果たしてるよ心配すんな俺は絶対にこの村を出ないお前がここにいる限りずっとそばにいるお前を守ってやるお前ら何者だそこを抜け
ガブガブガブ
ユルを連れて逃げな
Ah.
何が起こってんだよ
お前左右様を使え妖怪化け物
化け物
妖対なる者こいつらがお前のつがいだ
Wow.
すごい
Oh, that's a nice opening theme. Alright. A bunny?
みんなを殺し
A gun? I thought this was the olden times. I guess I did see a parking garage earlier. A business? Yeah, okay, yeah, it's a parking garage.
東村の連中も同じ。
俺たちって世を乱す呪い子みたいな存在なのか。
Okay.
私たちはあなたたちを絶対許さない。必ず報いを受けてもらう。
この子が噂の双子っすか？
お主らの力を利用したい奴が勝手に争い始める。
運命の双子に生まれたからってなんで生き方を他人に左右されなきゃいけないんだ。
ゆる？あなたの名前は私が生まれ育った土地の言葉で夜という意味なのよ。
もう一度。
We'll see mother and father again. Why was the focus on just the blonde one? What, doesn't he have a brother? Isn't that the whole thing? Is the brother the one with the eye patch? That's all sad? I don't know. Okay, moving on. Oh, maybe they are. Since they seem to be on the cover. Okay. Well, let's read. Let's read. Okay. In an isolated village, two twins were born, separated by day and night. It is years later, and while the older brother, Yuru, has become a hunter of animals, his sister, sister. See, that's on me. That's on me. I assumed it was a boy. I assumed they were brothers. It's a sister. Egg on my face. Anyway, Yuru has become a hunter of animals. His sister, Asa, has been locked away in a cage, ordered to perform a special duty that prohibits her from meeting more than a few select individuals. On an otherwise inauspicious day, a group of armed men, riding in helicopters referred to as dragons by the citizens, assault the village in search of Yuru, killing every adult on sight. When Yuru attempts to meet up with Asa and flee, he finds a dead body instead. On top of that, the person who killed her claims to be Yuru's true twin sister. Before the woman can capture him, Yuru is rescued by a man named Dera, an outsider who frequently visits the village. However, it is not long before the two are cornered. In a last-ditch effort, Dera makes Yuru give a gift to the deity of the village, summoning a pair of daemons, whose existence is bound to reveal the truth behind these chaotic events. Sister? But if they say, but not by blood, I'm out. No, this is the creator of Fullmetal Alchemist. If I'm being fair, I knew it's the creator of Fullmetal Alchemist, so I did think, oh, two brothers, like Edward and Alphonse. Authors can do different things. Authors can make many different things. There's no reason for me to have assumed that Arakawa did just the same thing over and over again, but it is by the same person who did Fullmetal Alchemist. There we go. Fullmetal Alchemist. Fullmetal Alchemist. Okay. Anyway. So yeah, this is their new anime. I'm very excited for this. Very excited. This is another work by the creator of one of the greatest manga of all time. Or lauded as one of the best shonen manga of all time for sure. So I'm very interested to see what they do here, where they go with it. I feel like I haven't been told a whole lot about the story, just the premise, and I'm very excited to learn more about it as we go. So, nice summary. All right, Ascendants of a Bookworm, adopted daughter of an archduke. Anime adaptation of part 3 of the Honzuki no Gekujo light novel. Okay. I don't care. Welcome to the Demon School, Iruma-kun, Season 4. Still don't care. Bop. Farming Life in Another World Season 2. This is where the guy who goes to another world and starts a farm with a bunch of sexy ladies, right? Yeah. Nope. Beginning After the End, Season 2. Nope. Didn't watch Season 1. Okay. We're off to a stellar start here. Okay. More. Let's start with new a bunch of anime that actually are starting this season. Let's see if we can find. Oh my god, I forgot. Darth Bane returns somehow. Somehow they returned. Somehow Palpatine has returned. Okay. The warrior princess and the barbaric king. Just kill me are the words of Seraphine de Lavalant. De Lavalamp. The strongest female knight in the West. After being defeated in a war with the East, she's become a prisoner of the barbarians. What awaits the captive of Seraphina is a life of revenge, torture, and humiliation, or so she thought. What she is offered instead is a marriage to the barbarian king. An intriguing tale of otherworldly marriage is about to begin. Well, the West and the East fight, and the East wins, and is actually really nice and sweet. Okay, let's see. Oh shit! Jesus Christ, that's loud. Stop. Okay. Who animated this? Jamunda? What's up?
I'm just getting some water.
Oh, I thought you tapped the glass a couple times. Anyway, sorry. I don't. Oh no. Okay, moving back. Moving on. Let's see what this is all about. I remember some anime out there, forgot its name, where the protag was a lesser noble who marries the invading. Oh fuck you! Yeah, you saw that too. You know what I was. You knew what I was reacting to. Okay. Okay. Do we have actual subtitles for this? Are these actual subtitles? Okay, they are. Okay, I'm gonna hide the camera then. Okay, hold on. I want to say something real quick. I hate this shit. I hate this shit. The fucking preview we were watching for Wistoria did it too, with a guy with a mask on. Stop doing this shit. We don't need to see their full face. Keep this side of the face covered. Just show this side. It's fine. A lot of anime can do that, where they just show this side. This is armor. It's not broken. We don't need to see through it. I get sometimes doing it with glasses or something, but stop doing that. Stop typing the anime description, because Orimo can and should elicit that reaction no matter what. It should. It's trash. Moving back on. What? Huh?
敵をめとってはいかんのか
貴族としての責務を。ああ、今さらそういうのいいです。普通なら恨まれ憎まれるだけのことはしてきた自覚はある。
そなたに任そう。
I shall reveal it to you. A fragment of hidden mystery of this land. Oh, that's a nice song.
竜はこちらではどこにでもいる獣の一つだ。嫁っ子様を乾杯よ。
Okay, what the fuck?
気に病むことはない。
I'm not going back to see that again. But...
そうか。私は何も知らなかったのだな。ベイオル。
Has some unconvincing animation there.
怖かったのかもしれんな。拒絶されることは。
でも私はラビラントの民を幸せにしないとならないのです。あれあれあれあれ。氷のラビラントが。いやいやいや。自分の幸せか。
偽らざるわしの心。伝わってくれたか。
Authentic isekai marriage. How's this an isekai?
セラフィーナが撃たれたか。
It's not Aromanga Sensei, but made by the same person. Oh, hey, that guy. That's interesting. You know what? Aromanga Sensei was worse. It's so fucking terrible. It's so fucking terrible. I fucking can't believe I watched that fucking anime. It's one of those animes I stomached because I was like, I gotta see it. I gotta see what people are talking about. And then I watched it and I'm like, I didn't need to see that. I knew. I just knew. I knew what it was. And I still allowed myself to watch it. It's sad. Okay. I don't know. It looked kind of interesting. It looks interesting. I'll give it a chance. I'll give it a chance. We'll put it over here with ReZero. The show should have been entirely 3D. We'll see. All right, moving on. I may be friends with the second prettiest girl in my class. Second prettiest? Nah, that's... Okay. I, Mahara Maki, struggled to connect with anyone during my high school years, finding it hard to make friends. Then, a turning point arrived. A girl named Asanagi entered my life. Despite her being clandestinely referred to as the second cutest girl in class by the boys, she chose to spend her Fridays with me instead of her best friend, Amami, who held the cutest girl in class title. In the comfort of my home, we delved into the realm of games, watched movies, immersed ourselves in manga, indulged in junk food, pizza, hamburgers, and guzzled cola, carefree and content. To the outside world, we might have seemed a bit messy, but to both Asanagi and me, it was a cherished hidden time together. Yeah, yes, another drop-dead gorgeous extroverts adopts the MC romance anime. Yeah, that seems like exactly what it is. I don't know. They seem... This preview, this poster here, they're fully clothed in their fucking uniforms, buttoned up, sitting and watching movies. That's the thing. That's the thing I never understand. Is that, like, I can never relate to a character that is in a full uniform, buttoned up, eating pizza and drinking cola. No, you're not going to be like that. That shirt is either unbuttoned or you are just in your undershirt. You're not wearing that jacket. Insane. No one would do that. You got to be relaxed a little bit. It's just this. I think there's another potential, but I feel like Dress Up Darling raised the bar. Yes, it did. So I want to see if she's like a goblin, like if she has a personality to her, or if she says, I am the cute girl who loves you. And people may think I'm the second cutest, but I'm the cutest to you. You actually think I am the cutest, and I'm so sweet and great, and everyone loves, you actually love me, and we are slobs together, and it's so adorable and kawaii. And even if you're a fucking slob piece of shit who doesn't go out and do anything, maybe you can get a girlfriend too. Okay, we're gonna watch the trailer. We'll see. Going outside next week, huh? Huh?
ああ、なるほど。私との放課後デートに緊張していると。もういくらなんでもビビりすぎだって。
Very first boyfriend, so they are dating.
金曜以外に遊んでるからその辺は平気だよ。ああ、やっぱり前原くんだ。遊ぶなら大勢の方がもっとずっと楽しくなると思うけど。よければ私とお友達になってくれませんか？女の子の私から見ても、
You can go spectrum views as in the previous little thing.
なんかあったら言ってね。なんせ一番可愛い天海さんだもん。だからずっと一番にし。マキ君、今週の金曜日空いてる？マキ君、これから
So is she trying to like give him up to her even though she's in love? And she just can't be honest about her feelings because she's so much cuter. I'm a total idiot.
私もっとちゃんと考えないとダメみ 正直な気持ち聞かせて。
That made me less interested. I'm gonna. This made me less interested in watching that. I'll be real. I don't really give a shit. Love triangle detective. Yeah. So it's the kind of love triangle. It's the worst kind of love triangle because it's a love triangle that already has an answer. The two characters that like each other and hung out together already. And are already clearly into each other. And then the new girl comes in and she's the prettiest, but like they're both hot and pretty and like I don't know. First off, let's just start off with this. Insane that there are actual like official rankings for prettiest girl in the high school class. Who does that? What the fuck? Second, no, like you are. It's very clear. It's very clear that they already like each other. I thought they refer to them as like dating or like they're starting the process about the date. I don't know. This is one I want to watch the first 2 episodes and then throw it away. I want to watch the first 2 episodes just to know what it's all about. Okay. But I don't think I'm going to enjoy that one. I don't think so. Liar Game. College student Nao Kanazaki has always adhered to her name's meaning, foolishly honest. However, after opening an unsolicited package containing 100 million yen, she inadvertently accepts an invitation for the Liar Game. In this tournament, contestants are encouraged to betray and deceive their opponents to gain a massive amount of cash. Conversely, losing will incur a lifetime debt. With all hopes lost, her only option left is to seek help from a con artist. On that same day, the infamous swindler Shinichi Akiyama is finally released from jail. This former psychology student is known for single-handedly bankrupting an entire company, and now believes he is her only chance at escaping her dire situation. At first, Shinichi is hesitant to commit another crime, ignoring Nao and her request. But after seeing her desperation and persistence, he agrees to assist her. In this fraudulent world, Nao and Shinichi have their own motives, yet soon they see the true nature of not only the game, but also everyone involved. How the fuck does that work? Now I'm just thinking about how this game works. Are they... Oh, God. Okay. What's this manga from? This manga's from 2005. Okay, that's interesting. 2015. So this is an older series. Okay. A series that ended 21 years ago. That's interesting. That's getting an adaptation now. Oh. Oh. No, no subtitles. So I'll just keep it. Keep it.
今時珍しく真っ正直な子だね。お届け物です。
あなたはこの度見事
Gasp! A package. The Liar Game Tournament.
何なのライアーゲームって。
この馬鹿げたゲームから脱出する方法を見つけるのに全力を注ぐんだ。
秋山さん。
皆さんには1億円をお渡しします。これを22名のプレイヤーで取り合ってもらいます。
どうして私なの？
常に敵を監視すること。わからない。どうすれば？心配するな。策はある。最悪のシナリオで動いている可能性が高い。
まさか。
これはライアーゲーム、
まさか。
騙し合いのゲームじゃないか。お前らの負けだ。
正直じゃいけませんか？
人を疑うとはその人
I like the music.
間を知ろうとする行為なんだ。 騙し合いのゲームだろ。
Okay, so it's a high stakes game anime. There's plenty of those, but this seems like it's really old. And maybe what the fuck is this? Maybe one of the early starts of the genre. I want to look into this one more. It's a seinen. This one I want to look into more, so I'm going to put it on here for now to check out. The production quality on that doesn't look the best. It is Madhouse, though. So maybe it'll look. Maybe it's just the trailer. Maybe it looks off. It makes it a little off. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Put it on there. We'll see. Very interested. The thing that sells me on it is that it's so old. I'm like, okay, well that's interesting to me. I want to know what. If this is like the beginning of this type of genre, because I've seen a few things like that where it's just like you have to play high stakes games. Squid Game, you know, Squid Game, that kind of shit. Ugh. I want to end this love game. In 6th grade, childhood friends Yukiya Asagi and Miku Sakura created a game with the objective to embarrass the other person by taking turns saying "I love you." 4 years later, even as they are entering high school, the two are still trying to one-up the other and claim victory. However, as tender feelings begin to bloom in their hearts, the simple phrase has taken over a new meaning beyond the rules of their game. With the passing of each day, the urge to become more than childhood friends grows, with both Yukiya and Miku both Mikiya and Miku resist making the first move, hesitant about what is in store once the game finally ends. So this is Love is War. This is not Love is. This is a Love is War knockoff, right? Kaguya-sama Love is War. This. Okay. Well, let's check out the trailer. Stop. I don't want to. It's so loud in that one. I love you, Miku. Hatsune Miku. You love another? Gasp. Who would have known? I've been deceived. I've been betrayed. I've been so many things that you can't ever see. Bibbidi-bee-bop-bop.
Hatsune Miku!
That's right, Hatsune Miku. They betrayed us. Okay, let's see this. I love you, Miku.
私も愛してるよ、ユキヤ。
俺たちは幼い頃に始めた愛してるゲームを高校生になる今も続けている。
おはよう、ユキヤ。あれ、私の制服姿にドキッとしちゃったか？
動揺するな、俺。俺をドキッとさせたいなら心を込めて呼んでみろよ。
Oh, wall slam. This is a wall slam. Aha. But I want to tell them.
意地張ってないで照れたって認めたら？
お前こそいい加減負けを認めろよ。
Yeah, I don't know.
終わらせたい。
This definitely does feel like Kaguya-sama at home, you know? The thing I liked about Love is War is that it's ridiculously funny, right? I'll move this down a little bit. Kaguya is ridiculously funny. This just seems like two awkward characters being awkward around each other, you know? And I just don't really feel like, again, as I've said, not really the type of romance anime that I'm looking for. So, skip. Sorry. Sorry, not for me. I'm sure it'll be great for some people. But yeah. Love is War definitely like to escalate. Yeah, and that's the thing. That's how you make that funny, right? That's how you make that whole premise work and not just feel like it's constantly just two characters going whoo woo at each other, you know? And also like the side characters are important. I don't know. All right. Marriage toxin. One word. Okay. For centuries, the Poison Masters have perfected the art of assassinations. Among them, the Gero family stands as one of the 5 most powerful families of masters, wielding unmatched skill and influence. Hikaru Gero, heir to this famous bloodline, has lived his life deep in the shadows of the underworld, far removed from love or marriage. However, to ensure the Poison Master's bloodline does not die out, the head of the Gero family declares that Hikaru's sister will be forced to bear an heir. Soon after, Hikaru crosses paths with... Thank God it's not his sister. Thank God it's not his sister. Okay. Fucking... Okay. Anyway. Soon after, Hikaru crosses paths with Mei Kinosaki, a beautiful marriage swindler who also happens to be his current assassination target. Determined to protect his sister and solve the succession problem himself, Hikaru makes an unexpected request on the spot, asking Mei to help him get married. That's the first time anyone's ever proposed like that. And so with the cunning marriage swindler Mei as his advisor, the elite assassin Hikaru sets out on the toughest mission for love. His goal? The ultimate marriage. The most unlikely duo, an assassin and a marriage swindler, take on the world's toughest mission for love. I'm assuming, so she's like a marriage swindler, so she's like someone who pretends to get married? Or she's someone who like sets up arranged marriages? I'm assuming it sets up arranged marriages one, right? Because that would make the most sense. Also, Bones, another Bones anime. All right, let's check this one out. Is this got subtitles? Just Japanese. Okay, oh, fine.
これは毒使いゲロヒカルの婚活物語である。
Why does he only have one eye covered with the gas mask? I feel like you should need to keep both eyes covered. See, you gotta keep the other eye covered. That's why you got that scar right there, man. Gasp. Toxic. That's good. Toxic. Toxic.
大切だと思える誰かと出会って連れ添えるの。推しのためなら死んで本望じゃい。死ぬほど奇跡みたいなことだから。
ゲロくんいい？肝心なのは見極め。
What the fuck?
周りが勝手に恐れおののいているだけで。どうやって本当は普通にいいやつだ。仕事以外で女子に触れたことがないわけで。よろしく頼む。もう大丈夫だ。ありがとうな。お前が必要だ。あんたを助けに来た。
困ったやつだよ。絶対見つけてみせます。ゲロくんと一緒に人生を歩む。
どうやって本当は普通にいいやつだ。仕事以外で女子に触れたことがないわけで。よろしく頼む。もう大丈夫だ。ないわけで。
Hold on.
よろしく頼む。もう大丈夫だ。
Something about this pose together just seems so silly to me. Okay. It seems charming. It seems charming. And the premise is ridiculous. So I will put that here and we'll keep it for now. Cancel. It has potential. It does have potential. Looks nice. Interesting premise. Could be ridiculous. He's an assassin trying to find love. Who knows where that could go? Keep it. Rent-A-Girlfriend Season 5. Do you hate yourself? Do you want a series that will go nowhere forever? Rent-A-Girlfriend Season 5. No. Mission Yozakuru Family Season 2. It's a Season 2 of Yozakuru Family. Pass. Petals of Reincarnation. There exists an object known as the Branch of Reincarnation that can grant people the talents of past lives, so long as they slit their own throat with it. Toya Senji is a teenage boy struggling with low self-esteem after growing up in the shadow of his gifted older brother. He comes to the decision that academic studies are his last resort, and a search for talent, but fails to find satisfaction despite constantly placing in the top 100 of national mock exams. In a twist of fate, Toya encounters one of his classmates, Haito Leo Buffet, a returner who has resurrected the talents of her past life using the Branch of Reincarnation as she fights against a serial killer. A serial killer? What? Most of this description was about a guy who was really sad because he's not the smartest ever, and then he has to pair up with a woman who does the branch and also is fighting a serial killer. Okay. I mean, I like to think, despite my own self-criticisms, I have greater self-esteem than to watch Rent-A-Girlfriend. Glad Alex Lale gets work at least. I mean, the props to the voice actors of that series, and the animators, the creatives. Do your job, get your money, get your bag. Get your bag. Let's watch this trailer. What the fuck? Oh, there is an English one. Okay. Oh. Oh, I like that art style.
こっからが本番だ。僕は才能を得て後悔させてやりたい。僕を見下してきた連中に。
私たちは似た者同士だな。早くなりたいんだ。完全な回り物に。輪廻の枝にて前世を遡り、才能を引き出す。
The branch of revelation, retrieve the talents of past lives.
才能が引き出された場合は、迅速に排除に当たる。それが我々偉人の森の活動理念なのだよ。いびつに天霊法、役者のカバネ。我らは悟った。奴らを一掃することこそ何より優先すべき人類貢献なのだと。
笑わせんな。才能ってのはもっと自由なもんだ。俺がもう一回輪廻の渦に返してやるよ。素晴らしいじゃないか。僕は何者かにならなければいけない。
I must become a somebody. It'll be all mine.
万物は俺にひざまずく。
全部君を狩るための罠。
殺し果て合う決着をつけるであります。
逃がさないでください。
お前には知っていることを全部話してもらう。戦えばわかる。
どうやら思わず奪いたくなるような自分になってみせる。
その才能、ぜひこの手に。
Your talent will be mine.
やあ、迷える人類女子、また会ったね。
Okay. 8 hours, Jesus. Okay. I'm interested. The style looks interesting, at least. Benton Film. What have they done? This is like their first thing. Okay. Cool. I'll check it out. Oh god. Oh god. Is this an ecchi? No, it's not. Okay. I gotta go to bed. Take care. See you later. Yeah. You go enjoy your bed. You enjoy your bed, Yellow Ring. I'm gonna enjoy talking about this anime here. This anime that has a lot of large-breasted women. I can't tell my family about what I do on this on the internet. No one must know my shame. Anyway, Kenon is a demon who descends upon the human world with one goal. Wouldn't it be ascend? Because anyway, it's fine. To feast on the sweetest delicacy of all, young human souls. Disguised as a high schooler, she sets her sights on her first target, an unassuming boy named Yoji Kyoji. Okay. But just as she prepares to claim her meal, things take a very unexpected turn. Instead of devouring him, Kana ends up forming a romantic contract with Yoji. For someone who's lived for millennia without experiencing love, navigating high school romance proves the more terrifying than any hunt. Between awkward dates, hand-holding mishaps, and feelings she can't quite name, the once proud demon finds herself flustered at every turn. A supernatural rom-com about a love-struck demon and the boy who is supposed to be her prey. Sweet, chaotic, and full of firsts. Okay, this kind of reminds me of a new Rosario vampire, or I haven't seen High School DxD, but I'm assuming that has similar aspects as well. I'm gonna hide the camera. We're gonna watch this trailer.
じゃあね、下等生物ども。可愛い私に食べられる日を夢見ながら帰りなさい。
先輩一緒に帰りましょう
No one noticed their ears.
私は大役はベルゼブブの娘なのよ。初めて
Beelzebub.
俺ずっと小悪魔系女子に食われるのが夢だったんです
こいつ食べても性的な意味だと思ってる。
Takes it sexually.
ちゃんが食べちまうっすよ。下等生物
Okay, yeah, other demon, yeah.
ないのに愛してらっしゃるのですね。おじさんも。おお、友達と。そいつ人間だ。ザーク。
俺たちの記念すべき初めてはどんな場所がいいですか
The song here is funny. No. Okay. The Princess Carrie. Gasp.
お嬢の顔見てるとなんか応援したくなっちゃうんですよね。
俺やっぱり先輩の笑顔が好きです
帰るわよ。
優勝です先輩が優勝ですつなぎましょう手を
If we hold hands, I might get pregnant. What? Okay. Hey, you know what? I might get pregnant. What? No. Anyway. Mpreg? What? Anyway. No. Moving on. Okay. Oh my god, Rooster Fighter. I know this one's already started. This on the more explicit side. We'll look at this. Oh, hey, there's that one. The Ramparts of Ice. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, we'll look at it. How many more are there? Oh. Tiny Foamy has a movie? Okay. Not a lot of movies on this list. Okay, we'll get back to that. Let's go back up to vending machine was the one we had here. Okay, let's look at these. Rooster Fighter. The neighborhood cock of the walk is more than just an ordinary rooster. He's humanity's greatest defender. His opponents may be 10 stories tall, but nothing is bigger than his stout heart and his fearsome battle cry, cock-a-doodle-doo. Rooster Fighter is already a well-known manga. It's finally getting an anime adaptation. It's just it's the gag is that he's a rooster. And roosters are called, oh my god, roosters are called cocks. Anyway. Does this have subtitles? That's fine. I know this one's already airing.
これ以上てめえらの好きにはさせねえ。
ねえ君これ食べる？フライドチキン美味しいよ。
こいつ正気か。
Chickens are cannibals.
鶏は一体
Be real on this. They will eat other chickens.
この鳥さん
Especially if they can. They will do it.
ついてくるな。俺は
Gasp.
人が出るほどガキが嫌いなんだ。
捕まえてお説教です相変わらずね刑事
Gasp.
全ての鍵はあの野郎。
One cock
超絶トサカに来るぜ。
to save the world. One cock to save the world. Rooster Fighter. Gasp. The fuck is this? Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Okay. Rooster Fighter. I'm not super interested in seeing it, honestly. I get the gag. Cool. I don't have anything else I really have to say about it. Okay. Agents of the Four Seasons, Dance of Spring. Winter was once the only season in the world, but such an existence was too lonely to bear. And so it created spring to love. Before long, the earth wished for more time to rest in the cycle, and summer and autumn were born. The ones who carry the cycle are called the Agents of the Four Seasons. Hinagiku, the Agent of Spring, disappeared from this land 10 years ago, taking the season of spring with her. Now, after incredible hardship, she has returned to restore the cycle to its proper state, and, as in the myth passed down since the dawn of time, she sends her love to winter. Now we got fucking seasons dating. Is that what's going on here? Let's see this. Let's see what it looks like. What the vibe is, because that title doesn't really tell me a whole lot, honestly. Does this have English subs? It does not. Let's play it.
これから儀式を執り行う春を呼ぶんだよ春って何
Nani?
本当はあったかいとこだよね今は四季の均衡が崩れていますからね10年前あなたは誘拐されてこの国から春が消えていたそして今になっての帰還です
全部俺のせいだ守れなかったんだ
ひなぎく決めましたここで
It's like the plot of Frozen,
春を呼びます
except
きっと私たちは
not.
より傷つくでしょうひなぎくは神
It's
様
winter's never ending,
力は
it seems.
預けられてるの対向車として季節を届けるために 春夏秋冬を司る大公者です。
我々は十分に耐え忍びました。今こそ戦う時。
10 years of winter was brutal. Oh.
大公者は絶えず襲われる。
Oh. That looked really
俺たちにとっての
fancy.
現実だ。
私がいなくても大丈夫にならなきゃ。
当たり前に続くと思ってた。
リンドンは私の王子様ね。
どちらかといえばナイトでしょうか。
Sanji.
お前が望むならどこへだって連れて行ってやる。
Wit.
あいつ
Huh?
の春を感じたい。
お願いいたします。
Well, that makes sense. That action scene did look
この
really
国
good.
に春を。
春の権限、見事果たして見せましょう。
Okay. All right. Kill Blue. All right. Sasuke Uchiha in another world. You know what? Yeah, what studios? Drama, fantasy, romance. You know what? I want to see more. I want to see where this goes. It looks interesting. I want to see where it goes. We'll put it on there. Okay. Gals can't be kind to otaku? Question mark? Meet Takuya Seo, an otaku who sits behind the popular gals in class. Ijichi and Amane. Since they're people from different castes, you wouldn't expect them to have much in common. But when their worlds collide over a borrowed eraser, Takuya slips up about his favorite anime, and Amane is rather quick to correct him. She says she's not a fan, but her familiarity with the series suggests otherwise. Could she be a fellow geek? Oh my gosh, could a Kogel actually be like a nerd who likes things that I like? Oh my god. Did you know girls also like anime? It's crazy, it's true. Girls can be pretty and like anime? But I thought all those cosplayers I harassed online were posers. You get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying about. You get what I'm talking about here. Okay. We're getting right to it. Let's watch the trailer for this. See what it looks like. Oh. Interesting look.
Seo Takuya.
Do we have Seo Takuya? Have subtitles? We don't.
いわゆるオタクだが、ただのアニメオタクではない。
Anime otaku. Oh, that's an anime themed. It's like a card capture Sakura type thing.
イジチコトコさん、いかにもギャル。
勘違いしないで。
アマネケイさん、
Oh.
クールなギャル。住む世界が違う。
昨日はめっちゃ良かったよ。たまにはこういうのもいいっしょ。ゆっくりでいいよ。いいの？すごいじゃん。すごいよ。恥ずいし。ありがとう。誰にも言わない。内緒にしてくれる？騙されないでくださいね。
It's very pretty.
別に。オタクくんのこと
別に。I just wait to put it all away.
オタクとギャルは相入れない。
オタクくんね。
どうする？
オタクくんか。
どうなる？オタクに優しいギャルなんて。どうしよう僕。オタクに優しいギャルなんて。
Love triangle kind of shit too here. You know what? I want to give that one a try. I want to give it a try. It looks cute. I'm sure it's going to annoy the hell out of me because I think a character like this is so over-represented in anime, but it does look real cute. Yeah, who's animated by? TMS Entertainment. Yeah, okay. We'll put it up. We'll put it on the board. Okay. The most heretical last boss queen, from villainess to savior, season 2. Season 2. Pass. Needy Girl Overdose. Needy Girl Overdose is a multi-ending adventure depicting daily life with OMG Kawaii Angel-chan, a young girl with a rather extreme need for approval, attempting to become the #1 internet angel streamer. Gradually build up OMG Kawaii Angel-chan's number of followers as she spends her days streaming, using various stress relievers, and generally being kind of messed up. Experience all the different crazy ups and downs, and find yourself whether this story is capable of having a happy ending. Streaming? No. No, there's no happy ending to that. Oh no, she wants to be an influencer. Oh god. So many anime about that these days. So many anime about that these days. I don't like that there's so many anime about that these days. Do you have subtitles? Excuse me, ma'am. Do you have subtitles? No. Okay. Let's continue. Oh, that's 3D. Doesn't look amazing. Oh my gosh, so many followers. You should watch Cosmic Princess Kaguya. Okay. Okay. What? Okay, that's not what I expected. A lot of drugs. Okay. Oh. Oh. So it's like a blue, it's like a perfect blue situation. Huh? Oh god. Okay. So it's darker. Pretty dark, it seems. Okay. Needy Girl Overdose. So they are very needy for attention and also drugs, apparently, and violence. Seems like a newer, longer, less interesting version of what is it called? What is it called? The Perfect Blue. Pass. Go for it, Nakamura! Okuto Nakamura is a timid and gloomy-looking student who cherishes only two things in this world: his pet octopus and his kind-hearted classmate, Aiki Hirose. Ever since the school entrance exams, Nakamura has admired his jovial classmate, albeit from a distance due to his poor social skills. After mustering up all the courage within him, he finally decides to talk to Hirose. During his first attempt to make contact, an instinctive mistake turns the idea of friendship into a distant dream, as he creates a hilarious impression on his crush. At school, students are expected to cooperate on numerous activities together, meaning Nakamura gets to spend extra time with Hirose. Given these opportunities, can he successfully redeem himself and accomplish his goal of becoming good friends with Hirose? Good friends, or does he want to be his boyfriend? Is he what? And they were roommates. Anyway, I've seen the trailer for this. I'm gonna look at this again. Because I've heard about this one before coming in here. I'm gonna kill you. Okay, let's see.
それは初めての衝撃で一目惚れだった
The style of this one reminds me of Yuri Yatsue.
行ったことねウエストが行っちゃった別にデートしよってんじゃないただ声をかけて
Also reminds me of the style of Ranma One Half. Has a kind of retro look to it.
なんだ普通に話しやすいんだなお前
天使じゃ
ほら静かにそろそろチャイムになるぞうちの生徒がどうかしましたか
待ってこの二人できてない
僕らは小学校から一緒なんだ幼なじみっていうのかな
肩なんか組んじゃってほら余裕
はあ何あの距離感やけに近くないお前ら付き合ってんのだってくっつきすぎだろ
絶対に許せね
私何かしたっけ
Gasp.
ファンです
Fan?
ねえねえさっきのイラストで描いてよ
私も見たい
ハベドンありがとうありがとう
So they are all shipping him.
筋肉もねそれほど会話もしたことね
Why is he on the cross?
って言うんだよ
俺は変と思わないよ素直一番
希望はまだついえちゃいね
They're gonna crucify my man.
よーし最悪を最高に変えてやるぜ
Okay, okay, okay. I mean, this is one that I knew I'd be in on. We want to see it. I'm really curious to see, because they're saying close friend, but also crush, his crush, good friends. This is obviously gay, right? Are they just saying that stuff so they don't have, so it's not so overt, so they don't want to be censored or don't want to be like, you know, rated higher? I don't know what that would even entail, but I don't know why they're so cagey on that stuff, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine. I am down for some of that. Delete. Oh my god. Ungroup. There we go. Annoying ass piece of shit. Anyway, moving on. Akane Banashi. Akane Banashi. Sexist, huh? Okay. Rakugo, a traditional form of storytelling, takes years for any apprentice to master and ascend to the top rank of Shinuchi. Ever since she could remember, Akane Osaki has been mesmerized by her father Toru's Rakugo performances. Peeking in behind a sliding door, she would spend hours watching and mimicking his words. His work. I was covering it up a little bit. I thought it said words, but not work. It's fine. It's fine. His words are his work. For Toru, the only thing separating him from that coveted rank is a promotion test in front of an audience and the senior Rakugo master. So it's her father. Isho Arakawa. Despite his passionate performance as the master is Isho Arakawa. Arakawa, yeah. Despite his passionate performance, Toru finds himself expelled from Rakugo's school following the exam. This makes him give up on Rakugo entirely and settle for a regular job, breaking his daughter's heart. Filled with grief and anger, Akane now seeks vengeance on the man who refused to see the genius behind her father's Rakugo style. She begs Toru's former Rakugo master, Shiguma Arakawa, to take her under his wing. But Shiguma feels unworthy of taking on another pupil after what happened to her father 6 years prior. In order to see if she has what it takes to enter the Rakugo world, Shiguma urges Akane to test her resolve by performing in front of an audience. Okay. This seems very Japanese, but culturally, I'm interested to see what this looks like, you know? And this could be an interesting anime to learn more about, like, Japanese culture in that way as well. So, does this have any... No, of course it doesn't. Let's watch it. Oh, there's subtitles in there. Okay. I'm gonna... Okay. This seems really interesting. I at least want to learn... I at least want to watch the first couple episodes and learn more about what this even is. Because I have no real concept for this type of performance. And I want to learn more. And I feel like this is the type of anime that will teach me a little bit about something that I don't know anything about. So. Cool. All right. Moving on. The Ramparts of Ice. The Ramparts of Ice. Ice. Anyway. It must be abolished. Anyway. Inept at dealing with people, Koyuki Hikawa maintains a wall between herself and others. Relatable. She spends her time in high school away from others all alone. At least until she encounters Minato, Amamiya, here we go again, who keeps closing the distance between them. For some reason, the aloof Koyuki, the popular... That doesn't work. It's hard to fit it in. The aloof Koyuki, the popular Miki, the boundaryless Minato. It doesn't work. The boundaryless Minato and the easygoing and kind basketball team member, Yota. This is the story of this somewhat complicated four and their tantalizing bumbling youth. Seems like it's coming to Netflix. Let's check out the trailer. Mamma mia. Here we go again. My. How could I forget you?
氷川小雪、通称女王。俺今日初めて喋ったわ。いつもすげえ不機嫌で近寄んなオーラ出してっから。
一体私の何が怖いんだ。顔？
I've had this conversation with myself. It's my face. People get scared by my face. Yeah.
というかあれはむしろ壁
A wall.
合わない人と関わるぐらいなら一人になりたいけど。
最初はいつも一人でかわいそうって思ってたけど実際そんなことなかったし
今はもう今の家が普通だし。
一人でいる方が楽。本当の私ってなんだろう。
俺ってこんなだっけ
どの自分も全部
空眺めてるの好きなんだ。
嘘じゃないのに。
They aren't lies, but something feels different. Okay, this looks cute. Relatable. I have always been told by many people, in many situations, in many groups, that I come off as intimidating to people. So I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. I'll put it in the pile. Oh, this list is growing. This list keeps growing. Oh, this list might be getting a little out of control. I didn't think it'd have so many. Oh no. Uh-oh. Okay. Uh-oh. Yowa teacher. Yowa sensei. Yowa sensei. What's this about? Well, you see, when the new term starts, second-year student Abikura There's nothing else. Abakura discovers that his homeroom teacher is none other than Hiyori Hiramura, infamously known as Scary Scary Sensei, a woman rumored to curse anyone who crosses her. But one day, Abakura accidentally witnessed a completely unexpected side of the fearsome teacher after school. The striking contrast between her fearsome image and her hidden personality is utterly irresistible. Brace yourself for Gap Moe overload in this tender romantic comedy that is sure to ignite your protective instincts. Is that... Brains Base. What is Brains Base known for? Because I know that name. Okay, Golden Kamuy. Good anime. Good anime. Okay, what's that about? That one's not out yet. Okay. Don't like that. Oh hey, okay. We like To Your Eternity. That's good. Some other ones. Okay, nothing too crazy here. Nothing too crazy. Unless, yeah, it's fine. Giving it a once over, it seems fine. Okay, well, you know what? We're gonna watch the trailer. This is an ecchi, and I kind of want to see, and I'm not really seeing what makes it an ecchi here, except, I mean, obviously this is an interesting poster. We're not gonna look at that one anymore, but let's just see what this is all about here. You know that chicken with his head cut off. Alright, is there subtitles? There's not. Alright, let's see. Okay. He's cute. Is that it? Yeah. Okay, that's it. We're good. We're good. I get it. I get the point now. They're all cutesy ditzy characters. Pass. Dame. Dame. That's y'all. Anyway, moving on. Reborn as a vending machine. Okay. Oh my god, there's so much anime. What the fuck? Killed again, Mr. Detective. Okay. Even a replica can fall in love. Wow. Ugh. Aaron the Southpaw. Okay, we'll call that one for now. All right, Reborn as a vending machine. Now I wander the dungeon. I now wander the dungeon. Season 3. Pass. Pass. Hi, Snum. How you doing? Enjoy your lurk. We're talking about anime. Don't watch the vending machine anime unless you want to. I don't want to. An observation log of my fiance who calls herself a villainess. Wait, so okay, so this is one of those villainous stories where it's from the perspective of what the love interest characters. He's like, I don't know why she keeps saying she's a villain. She seems really nice. I don't know what she's talking about. Let's read. Let's read the description. For a natural genius like Crown Prince Cecil Glow Alphostar, every day is a bore. Knowledge and skill come far too easily for him, to the point that nothing can captivate his interest. However, this changes the day he meets someone who never fails to betray his expectations, his fiancée and self-proclaimed villainess Berta Evil Nochese. Berta Evil Nochese. Evil. Evil is her middle name. Evil is her middle name. Okay. Berta claims that this world is that of an Otome game. She has been reborn as the villain, so it is that. And it's her duty to impede the relationship between Cecil and the heroine. Never one to shy away from fate, she zealously takes to her evil route to mixed results. Though she doesn't realize it, Berta's supposedly evil deeds always come off as sincere and kind. Finally relieved of his melancholy, there is never a boring day for Cecil when he observes his unknowingly good-hearted fiancée. So it is that. It is that. I guess right. I guess correctly. There we go. Me. I am the victor. I am the one. I am I am the one who understands. I am the knower of things. This is auto-dubbed in in English. I'm not doing that. Do not subject me to that. Do not auto-dubbed. Have you ever watched an auto-dubbed YouTube video? Did you know it's the most disgusting thing? I would rather not understand a goddamn word than listen to it. It's so fucking awful. Okay. A Black Rose. Let's watch.
私は悪役令嬢ですの。殿下とヒロインの仲を引き裂いて、最後はギャフンと言わされることなんですわ。
Very bright. A lot of color. Very high brightness.
そのシナリオ通り、私をヒロインとやらとくっつけることが私にとっての幸せだと考えているようだ。もしかしてバーティア城に会いに行くとか？
僕も兄上と一緒に行きたいです。
What the fuck is that little outfit?
俺も鍛錬しておかないとな。
今は仕事の邪魔なので話しかけないでください。うちの王子様は素直じゃないですね。
私たちはバーティア様をめでる会のメンバー。バーティア様は見ていると癒されますからね。バーティア様のそばだと安心できますの。この子がこのまますぐ育つことができるようにお守りしなくては。あんたに私の代わりはできない。だって私が運命の乙女なんだから。
火花が手をつなぐように。
運命の乙女。
分かってるの？セシル殿下は私とじゃないと幸せになれないのよ。私はセシル様に、他の皆様にだって幸せでいてほしいんですもの。
二人ならもっといい方法が見つかるかもしれない。
なぜ言う通りにしてくださいませんの？それで幸せになれるんですのよ。
ねえティア、私の幸せって何なのかな。
She's evil!
初めて会ったあの日。
And she knows she's evil, and she tries to play the evil part, but she can't because she's too nice. I don't know. Seems like an interesting concept. I'll say it's an interesting concept for sure. Like I want to be in love with this, you know, and be like, yeah, that's the kind of shit I want to see. But I just don't know if I'm there for it. You know what I mean? I just don't know if I'm there for it. I'll say no for now. I'm sorry. I have a lot. The list is growing too much. I'm gonna be a little more discerning. All right. Mao. Nanoka passes through a portal into the Taisho era, where Exorcist Mao reluctantly rescues her from the jaws of a grotesque yokai. When Nanoka gets back to the present, she discovers she has some new, incredible abilities. She returns to the past, looking for answers, only to get caught up in Mao's investigation of a series of gruesome murders. As her questions about herself multiply, Nanoka learns that Mao is cursed by a cat demon named Byoki. and so is his sword. If anyone but Mao attempts to wield it, they are doomed. But when Mao's life is in jeopardy, Nanaka picks up his blade and swings. Sounds really similar to Inuyasha. Not exactly, but similar. Let's see a trailer for this one. This is... Oh, Sunrise did this, huh? All right, well, let's see what they got. Let's see what they got. Mao. Subtitles. Nope, just Japanese. Okay. Ugh.
私は100年後の未来から来たの。マオさんは大正時代の人なの？
あれから900年くらいは経ってしまったからな。
それ不老不死ってことだよね。
バンパランパンパンパンバンパランパンパンパンバンパランパンパンパンバンパランパンパンパンバンパランパンパンパン。Okay.
マオ様は陰陽師なのであやかしと戦ったり占ったり。
Interesting.
マオの兄弟子？
誰が来ようと返り討ちだ。
なぜ死ねないのです？そんなのこっちが聞きたいよ。
殺し合いはまだ終わってへん。
Flashy, very flashy.
ここには何か手がかりがあるんだ。
I like Taisho era stuff. It's an interesting time frame. Oh my.
あの時何があったのかも。 No, death. これからどうなるかわからないけど。いらっしゃい。お気をつけて。私は一人ぼっちじゃない。
裏切り者の魔王か。
生贄の魔
マオ様。もう一度マオに会いたい。
王。魔王。
お前マオが好きなの
Mao. Okay. I am into it. I'm into it. Okay. I'm into it. It looks pretty fun. Let's put it on the list here. Why not? Oh. We'll put it with Liar Game. That's fine. Okay. Ace of Diamond, Act 2, Season 2. Seems like a baseball anime. Starting up, the Seattle Mariners. You're 1 and 2. Wait, hold on. What's the Mariners score?
The Mariners defeated the Guardians by a score of 8-0 today.
Holy shit! God damn it! The Seattle Mariners are 2 and 2. God damn! How the fuck they get 8 runs? That's crazy. 2 games I watched have been losses. 2 games I haven't watched, they've won. I gotta cancel my subscription. I can't watch them. It's so sad for me. Be sad for me. Anyway, I can't even watch them tomorrow, so they'll probably win. All right. Moving on. Ugh. Be sad for me. All right. Botan Kamina fully blossoms when drunk. When drunk. Gotta get this girl loaded, I guess. Okay. Interesting. All right. This is a story about a 20-year-old first-year college student, Botan Kamina. Botan. Okay. And her life in a dorm, where she meets her seniors and forms friendships through drinking sessions. The anime features many real-life alcoholic drinks, Japanese sake, whiskey, wine, and also describes music, movies, and other cultural elements that can be enjoyed with alcohol. Each drink and pastime is closely tied to the character's personalities and emotions, creating a special atmosphere. What a robotic... Robotic's not right. Clinical. What a clinical way to describe that. Okay. Well, let's check the trailer out. That's an interesting premise. Doesn't really tell me a whole lot about what the anime is really going to be like episode to episode. It's just Is this her hanging out and drinking with the girls? That's what it sounds like, but I want to see. Oh, actually, first off, is there... There or not? Okay, moving on. As a teetotaler, I may not get a whole lot out of this, but yeah, I've watched things about drinking before.
もっとお酒が美味しいのにってだから
So is it like a cute women do cute things, but for drinking and talking? Is that the vibe I'm getting here? Is it like laid back camp except there's no camping and they just drink? Is that what it's like? Is that what it's like? Okay. Hey, you know what? It seems interesting. It seems interesting. But I think I'm gonna pass. I'm sorry. I just don't feel like there's. I just don't get the hook. Like, what's the hook that's getting me in there? You know, what makes me come back episode to episode? Just like, I get it. People want anime where they can relax and chill and feel their stress drain away. I don't have that as much. I don't have that feeling as much because when I watch something, I want to be engaged by it. When I watch something story-based. For me, those kind of things where I like the stress draining away stuff, it's watching someone play Smite 2. Not even joking. That's just what it is. Very annoying for people around me. But, you know, that is what it is. The strongest job is apparently not a hero or a sage, but an appraiser. Provisional. Why is provisional in the... Okay, fuck. Okay. That's a sentence. A run-on sentence, but like, you know, it's a long-ass sentence. Not a title for a show. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Hibiki, a high school student who was suddenly transferred to another world, wanders alone in a vast grassland of fantasy world where monsters inhabit. All he has are non-combat skills, such as appraisal. From a hopeless situation, he is saved by encounters, and his all-powerful abilities blossom. Another world adventure tale, a miraculous reversal cheats burst forth. There's one of these every fucking season. There's literally one of these with this exact premise every season. Did you know it's actually OP to be an appraiser if you're like actually living in the world? That's... Shut the fuck up, man. I don't... Let's watch the trailer. Let's watch the trailer. Let's watch the trailer, but I am very biased against this. I'll say that right now. Up front. Shokugyo. Ah. Ikimashou. Oh, they've got fucking stat screens immediately. What was that?
死なないように自衛はきちんとね。
でもいつも助けてあげるわけじゃないから勘違いしないでね。
筋肉足りてねえんじゃねえの？
何事ですか？おかず追加しちゃおうかな。見事な送球を。
I hate this.
大丈夫よ。友達と一緒ならね。
君は一体何者なんだ？知りたい。
Music's catchy. Nothing in here is If anything, this has made me more firm that I have seen this anime 15 times, and also Konosuba parodied it 10 years ago. Like, I think that's the thing that always gets me, is this a parody? Konosuba is a parody of this shit, and that shit is like on its 4th season. It's a methodical ass pace. When did the first season of Konosuba come out? I want to look. Okay, we'll just use this one. Konosuba. Oh yeah, no, that's season 2. Yeah. Okay. Oh my gosh. Exactly. It's been 10 years. Exactly. It ended its first season almost 10 years ago, like last week. You see what I mean? Do you see my problem with this stuff? Fuck you. No, I'm not watching you. The classroom of a black cat and a witch. The Royal Diana Academy is a prestigious school that accepts individuals with adept magical abilities. Upon graduation, these students find themselves at the top of their field or employed by the royal family. Spica Virgo dreams of studying at the academy, aiming to be a top-rate sorceress like her idol, Claude Sirius. Claude is a world-renowned sorcerer who became the institution's youngest instructor, but mysteriously disappeared soon after. Where did Claude go? Lacking the experience, the connections required for admission, Spica, is that really her name? I don't like that. I don't like that as a name. Finds herself unable to make meaningful progress with her training. One day, however, she meets a talking black cat with magical abilities. Hoping to change the situation for the better, she begs the animal to take her as his apprentice and teach her the magic he needs to attend the academy. Is that actually the guy? That's actually the guy who's transformed to a cat? Is that what happened? The cat accepts the deal on one condition. She must find a way to reverse his feline curse. Despite the arduous challenges ahead of her, Spica is determined to prove herself as a student worthy of the cat's mentorship. That's Claude. That's Claude Sirius. That's Claude Sirius. That's who it is, right? That's who it is, right? Like, that's who it is, right? That's, you set up the... Okay. Jesus Christ, that was loud. Okay, let's watch the fucking... Show me the goddamn fucking piece of shit goddamn trailer. God damn it. I'm so biased against this show just because... that's fine. It's fine. Let's see it. Why is she big? I have a problem with her being auto-dubbed English. That's good. That's what we want. That's what we fucking want. Okay, that's fine. We'll just stick with that. We'll just stick with that. Hey? If this is the animation they're showing in the trailer, this is really limited as animation show. That the tree looks like a witch's hat. That's funny. That's funny. Why is she big? But I'm good. There we go. Pass. All right. Nigashita sakana wa okikata ga geta sakana ga okisugita ken. They didn't even translate that. They didn't even bother translating that title. That's not good. Okay. Maria, the daughter of a duke, grew up believing she would one day inherit her father's dukedom. Accordingly, she focused her attentions on honoring her martial arts prowess, as all dukes are noted for their martial arts, I should say. While thoughts of marriage fell by the wayside, but the arrival of a baby brother in her family means she's losing her role as heir. This is the plot of the House of the Dragon. This is the plot of the House of the Dragon. Anyway, now that she's decided it's time to now that she's decided it's time to marry after all, she's arrived a little late to the game. Are there even any eligible bachelors left? Upon going to study abroad in a neighboring country where she might still stand a chance of getting hitched, she's bewildered when the crown prince there declares before all that his engagement to her is null and void. Wait, what? Engagement? Apparently he's mistaken her for the wrong girl, but once that's all cleared up and he catches sight of her knocking out a whole pack of bandits, it turns out the prince may have a thing for ass-kicking young ladies after all. Okay, so is this may ask for one final thing? Is this another one where it's like a kick-ass princess woos a charming prince? Let's see the trailer. Oh, God. Oh, ooh, that was loud. That looks good. I like the little. You can get a little rotation in there. Okay. The fuck was that face? Yeah.
予想以上に面白い子だね。
ごきげんよう。瞬間移動使えるの？ごめんなさい。せっかくレナード殿下をたらし込もうとしてたのに、どうりで田舎臭いと思いましたわ。夏のバカンスに
Aha! The villainous character. I can't look at you without holding my hand up in my mouth like this. No idea what they're talking about.
本当に怪我はしていないのか？ 失礼、急いでいたから。殿下に会いたいですし。よかった。君に会える時間。
Okay, so he's real into her. Yeah. What's with the fish? What's with the fish part of the title? Is it like another like a reference to like another fish in the sea kind of thing? I don't know. Someone on my game. Someone's playing Counter-Strike too. God damn it. Seems cute. Not for me. We have really reached the point where they're not translating the titles anymore. At least these guys aren't. Okay. Haibara-kun no Suyokuta Seishun New Game. We all have embarrassing memories of or deep regrets from high school, right? Socially anxious college senior Natsuki Haibara sure does. When he thinks back on that time of his life, all he has are fleeting fantasies of a happy adolescence that could have been. Imagine his bewilderment and surprise when he inexplicably finds himself 7 years in the past, 1 month before his first year of high school. Can Haibara avoid his previous mistakes, make his way to the top of the school social pyramid, and end up with the girl of his dreams? Or will he be forced to relive 3 years of solitude as the most hated guy in school? He'll need all the help he can get in order to succeed, from a workout regimen to online how-to guides, a childhood friend, and plenty of sheer willpower. Watch as Haibara takes a second shot at his teenage years. We'll watch the trailer. I'll give it the respect of watching the trailer, but I'm gonna say I'm not loving it because I feel like there's a lot of anime that have a similar. I don't know. Okay. Any subtitles? No subtitles. Okay, let's watch it.
何より俺がお前にムカついてる。星宮さん、ずっと好きでした。俺と付き合ってください。
ごめんなさい。
ごめんなさい。
もし叶うならもう一度あの青春をやり直す機会が欲しい。
Huh?
これは夢じゃない。現実なんだ。
See, I just don't like that message. I just don't like that message. Like, I work out a lot, you know? But I don't like the message that you need to work out to be an entertaining or fun person or a person that someone would want to be with. You know what I mean? I just don't like that messaging. I just don't think that's a good thing to say or put in your work. I don't know. Not for me. Not for me. Not for me. Not for me.
何か悩んでいるなら俺は
放っておいてくれっつってんだろ。
あなたの計画に問題が発生しているように見えるよ。
君は何も悪くない。
本当のあなたを隠さなくてもいいんだよ。
どうせこうなるならやり直し。
Again, this is one that I've already seen like a few anime that have a similar premise to this, so it's not like it's not an original premise either. I'm good. Okay. Moving on. The klutzy class monitor, and the girl with the short skirt. Already off the bat here. Why are we talking about her short skirt? What? Okay. Sakura Daimon takes his role as the school's public morals committee very seriously. Okay, I see. Every day he dutifully checks students' appearance at the school gate, most often scolding Kohinata, a rule-breaking girl with bright hair and a short skirt. Though she finds his consistent lecturing annoying, everything changes when she discovers that Sakura Daimon is actually a bit of a mess himself. A light-hearted, short, romantic comedy about a strict committee member, a bold classmate, and a chaotic school life that brings them together. Zero G. What's the studio here? Okay. Oh, God. I remember that. Oh, no. Oh, no. They did High Rise Invasion? This is going to be smutty-ass bullshit, isn't it? I did a video on High Rise Invasion way back in the day. Don't like that anime. Didn't like that anime at all. Though this looks, I mean, the style is interesting because it got like, look at this, it got like the cartoon, comic book, dots in the background here. So I'm gonna close the camera out for this one since there are subtitles, and we'll watch this. Let's check it out. What? Sumimasen. Sumimasen.
声さ、もう付き合っちゃえばいいのに。あいつはそういうんじゃねえから。あの時補習受けてなかったら、あいつと喋るようになってなかっただろうな。
なんとなくポエムさんがいる気がして、無意識に笑顔になっていたようです。
こいつはさ。
Is he for real?
大丈夫ですか?
Would you shut up? I like the art style, I'll say that. Like, I think the art style stands out. I don't know anything about... I don't know if the story really speaks to me, you know? But... I mean, I can give it a try. I can give it a try. Oh. Is this Fist of the North Star? Yeah, Fist of the North Star. In 1990X, the world has engulfed in a blaze of nuclear war. With the ocean drying up and the earth torn asunder, all life seems to be lost, but humans survive stubbornly. However, what dominated the post-apocalyptic world was sheer violence. The remaining humanity was split into two groups, those who kill and take whatever they want, and those who are exploited. When all hope seems lost for the weak, a man in ragged clothes appears. He is Kenshiro, the rightful successor of the Hokuto Shinken martial arts, with 7 stud-like scars in the shape of the Big Dipper. His journey to become a legendary savior begins. Ken, Fist of the North Star. Okay, well, let's check out the trailer. Fist of the North Star is one of the... if you're talking like shonen, it is one of the premier shonen series that everyone references. You have seen references for it all over the place. Omae wa wo shindeu. Nani? Anyway, moving on. Let's watch it. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be like 3D animated. Warner Brothers. Okay. Oh, I should turn off my camera. Whoop. Yeah. Not a fan of this animation. He looks real stiff. Also, the fact that it's so down the list, it seems like it's not being really promoted. Oh. Extreme violence. Oh god. Yeah, that does not look good. This reminds me of Berserk. Okay, yeah. That fighting style. My name is Ray. Don't forget it. Son, Akasan. Ken, you have to die. Okay. I'm gonna end that there. I would watch it because it seems like it's a retelling of Ken Fist of the North Star, which is a series I have not seen. That looks terrible. It looks bad. The animation looks bad. Who did this? TMS Entertainment did that? TMS, I expect more from you, man. They can do Baki Hanma, but they can't do Ken Fist of the North Star? I mean, Baki has its problems, too. Ugh, God, I forgot about this fucking vacuum one. All right, never mind. We're moving on. Ugh. 1 second here. All right. Killed again, Mr. Detective. Ha, I killed you again. I've been killed again by a detective. I'm dead. Dead detective, dead demons, dead detective. Anyway. Sakuya Otsuki. Sakuya Otsuki is the son of a legendary detective, working to follow in his father's footsteps with his assistant, Lilitha. However, something's different about this high school sleuth. Whenever he goes, he always manages to get himself entangled in a case as a murder victim. Wait, what? Hold on, what? When Sakuya is tasked to infiltrate a luxury cruise ship, he finds himself killed once again. But every time he reopens his eyes, Lilitha is there by his side, ready to help him get to the bottom of the mystery. Hold on a second. So he's the murder victim and the detective. Okay, that's interesting. Oh God, let's see it. Linden Films. All right, let's see. Does this have subtitles? No, of course not.
ただいま。
お帰りなさいませ。また殺されてしまったのですね、探偵様。
生きてる。無事です。
なんで？
俺の体の設計図は神様が徹夜残業で半分寝ながら描いたらしい。大月咲夜と言います。たまたま事件に巻き込まれてしまった探偵です。
リリテアには常に目を光らせておく義務がございます。助手でございますから。今度の映画で探偵の役をやるんです。咲夜さんとリリテアさんはすごい探偵なんですね。
Gasp.
俺を殺した犯人を見たんだ。やっぱり君が犯人だ。
今踊りたいだ。定めが二人運び終える日まで。
So how does he die every time though? Oh my God, dog! Dog Sherlock Holmes!
小僧、どう推理する？サウリー遊ばせ？殴るなら腕力よりも体力。
希望を持って殺されよ。聞き込みをしてくるよ。
咲夜様、くれぐれも命をお大事に。
そう簡単に死ぬわけないだろ。じゃ、行ってくれ。
So he keeps finding himself in situations where he gets killed. Killed again, Mr. Detective. Oh, I see. Okay. I should watch more of that anime. Anyway. Very interesting premise. Very, very interesting premise. I don't know. I've been let down by so many mystery anime before. I'll pass for now. Even a replica can fall in love. There's a bunch of anime about stuff like that. A lot of anime are replicas of other anime that fall in love. Anyway, on days when Tsuneo is sick or not feeling well or not feeling like going to school, she's called to take her place. She was born to this world when Tsuneo wished to have a substitute. No one knows that she exists, but she tries to do her best for Tsuneo whenever she is called. One day she talks with Sanada, one of her classmates. They become friends, but soon he notices that she is different from the original Tsuneo. He was the first one who did. She tells him to talk with her only when she has her hair half up. Sanada does like she told him, and they enjoy their time together. As they become closer, she realizes that she has special feelings for Sanada, but she doesn't know what will happen to her if she, a replica, falls in love. So she like a clone or a robot? Drama, romance, supernatural. I'm interested to see. I'm interested to look at the trailer for this one, to see like what kind of replica is she. Okay. Oh, wrong thing. Hide in the camera.
アロイジアは幸せな人生を送ったからハッピーエンド。けど私は時々考えてしまうのだ。彼女はどんな気持ちで泡になったのだろう。私はレプリカだ。ようこそ文芸部に。終業式サボったでしょ。調子乗らないでよ。
真面目に部活動とかやるんだ。いつも何にも興味なさそうだったから意外。
ナオ先輩、チャオです。 文芸部は廃部になるかもしれません。
全生徒会副会長の望月だ。
二人で清涼祭楽しんできてもらっていいからさ。
やっぱ真田ここにいんじゃん。
それでどうすれば文芸部は廃部を
We gotta save the literature club.
来月の清涼祭で
So the replica is very outgoing and happy, and the normal one doesn't want to live her life at all.
アニメとかラノベでよく見る展開ですよ。
じゃあ俺も直って呼ぼうかな。
私は君をなんて呼ぼう。
秋。
And yet,
アキくん？
そう。
hmm.
呼びやすい。
When I met him, I fell in love.
アキくんと一緒にいると、私の生まれて初めてはどんどん更新されていく。ハイレイ、私って誰？
Hmm.
私は君と動物園にいた。
Am I the one who went to the zoo with you? Am I still really me? Don't turn to foam. Let's just be together forever.
好きなんだよ、なお。
ドッペルゲンガーって私のこと？
There's a doppelganger at this school. Gasp. You know what? You know what? I'm on the fence about it, but I am pretty curious. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie and say I'm not curious. So I'll put it on there. That's what I don't think I'm gonna watch the entire thing, but I want to see a few episodes and like get the vibes. You know, I want to get the vibes. I want to understand the vibes. You know what I mean? The vibes. Anyway, Kill Blue. Juzao Ogami is a legendary hitman who's never failed an assignment, no matter how impossible. One day, after wiping out a powerful organization, he's stung by a mysterious wasp and collapses. When he wakes up, the fearsome 39-year-old assassin has been transformed to a 13-year-old boy. Is this Detective Conan? Is this a Detective Conan situation? Before he can process what happened, his boss delivers a new order. In that body, infiltrate a middle school. What awaits him as an unexpected school life filled with colorful classmates, youthful chaos, and looming danger? Can Jozu ever return to his normal form, to his original form? Or will the assassins closing in on him end his school life before it ever begins? So he's a man who's nearly 40 having to pose as a 13-year-old in a school. And Detective Conan-like situation. Except he's an assassin. Okay. Why is that a thing? What is with the... Just give me... don't give me the dubs. Give me an actual subtitle track. Come on. Anyway, it's moving on. Scary. Ah!
今のお前にぴったりの山があってな、中学校に通ってくれ。
参った。子供苦手なのになんで中学校なんかに。勉強が楽しくてしょうがねえんだ。
ちょっと何言ってるかわかんないっす。
今日体験入部あるからおいで。いやむしろ来るべきだ。
なんだこのクソ早いテンポは。なんかもうごめんなさい。
私は彼氏いますから。この大神十三君です。名前は三岡のれん。その子と接点ができれば何か有益な情報が得られるかも。
思ったより手強いかもね。この仕事の
he was doing the Karama thing from not Karama. It kind of looks like Karama. Why can I not remember his name? From Yu Yu Hakusho, the baby got a death. It's fine. You know what I mean.
君同業者だろ。決闘しようよ。勝てばのれんちゃんの彼氏になれるんでしょ。
海鮮じゃ。
大々的に私を取り合うとか心底いる。マジ吐きそう。
ちょうどいいハンデだ。
たまにはキャリアの違いってやつを見せてやるか。
This one seems to be hyped up a little bit. I heard about this before. I don't know. I'm kind of interested. I'll put it on the list because I'm kind of interested. Again, not fully sure that I'm going to continue with it. Kind of seems like a little creepy of a premise for a 40-year-old man to be hanging out with 13-year-olds, and one of them seems like they want to date him. I don't love that. Anyway, moving on. Marika's love meter malfunctioned. Confessing to my childhood friend Marika was impossible for someone as unpopular as me, so I did what any depressed boy would do. I wished upon a shooting star. When I woke up, that dream had come true. I could see a love meter for people, just like in a love simulation game. Once I realized this was real and not a dream, I went straight to see Marika. Her love meter was so low it had broken and practically fallen all the way to hell. If she hated me so much, why was she so nice? Is this how she really felt, or... in hell. The meter's in hell. She hates him so much. It's in hell. Or does she love him so much that it's broken? Is there still a chance, babe? Babe, Babe, is there still a chance, babe? For me? Let's watch the trailer. I'm not confident. But let's see it. Let's see it. Alright.
僕は幼馴染のマリカちゃんのことが好きだ。でも僕は死ぬほどモテない。恋愛ゲームみたいに相手の気持ちがわかりますように。恋の行方はどこ。少子たちみんなに名探偵ついてる。どうしたのそんなところで寝転んで。来たね。何さっきから人の机に座ってんだよ。
Oh. Oh, it's cracked. It's a funny premise. I just don't care enough. Ecchi. Duration 5 minutes. Mild nudity. Okay. We're out. We are out. We are out. I wasn't even in, but we are out. Listen. I have my ecchi anime. But I have limits. That was one of them. Anyway, moving on. Let's see what we have here. Good. Let's see what we got going on here. All right. We're starting to get down to the point where I don't really think there's going to be any ones that I'm really interested in all that much. Ugh. Okay. We're just going to put as many on. We're going to put them on here. We're going to read through them. And if something reaches out to us, it reaches out to us. If not, we're not even going to... Unless I'm interested in these ones, I'm not even going to watch the trailer. Because I just... We've been going for almost 4 hours now, so I gotta make dinner in a little bit. Okay. All right. Let's get to it. 100 Scenes of Awajima. The omnibus adolescent drama about a group of young girls who all attend a girls-only... There we go. a girls-only music school, recounting the formative years they shared at times shifting between different characters' viewpoints on time. Awajima Musical School Training Camp, dubbed the Boarding House, is where young girls gather all over Japan to perform on stage, aspires to be a musical star. I'm going to say pass. I'm sorry. Pass. I already have an anime like that I need to watch. It's called Sound Euphonium. And there's some other musical anime I need to watch before that. And it's just like, I just can't see myself getting a whole lot out of it. Kusunoki's Garden of Gods. Deep in the countryside, Minato Kusunoki is left in charge of a terrifying house overflowing with evil spirits. Or at least it was, until his extraordinary ability cleared them all out. Instead, a procession of unique and peculiar gods are drawn to the comfort of the purified Kusunaki residents, and Minato spends his days relaxing in the country with his spiritual neighbors. What else lies in store for Minato? He lives in a peacefully surrounded by gods. I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's any real conflict, so pass. Okay. Aaron the Southpaw. Here's something. Could be something. What's it by? Section IG. Okay. The story follows Koichi Asakura, a designer for an ad agency who works hard but receives no recognition. After being dropped from a project, he visits a place from his past, where he meets Aaron Yamagishi. Aaron, meanwhile, is recognized as a genius left-handed graffiti artist in New York. While enduring the struggles that come from her own path in life. As a left-handed person, I finally see representation. Let's give it a look. Also, the trailers got subtitles, so we can do this. And hey, America. Very bikini model.
同世代でこんなうまいやついんのかって。俺も描く。こんな絵描くやつが近くにいるって知ったら超焦る。
This sucks. You've got no taste.
俺はうまくなりたい。無理って言われていちいち諦めてたら誰も何もできねえだろ。
こいつガッツあるんで。
早く強みを見つけて何かに何者かにならなきゃ。
のう朝倉。才能がなかったんや。
光一に才能はないんだよ。
No talent.
やだよ。普通の人生じゃやだよ。
わじクソみたいな日にいいもん作るのがプロだ。
個人よりチームが大事だって光一。あなたのいいところはそこじゃないの。
照らされることを待つな。照らす側の人生だってあるんだ。
俺たちはサラリーマンだけど夢があるサラリーマン。
We're corporate employees of dreams. I've been bored all my life, but she gave me a reality check.
天才じゃないお前が平凡な人生にどう抗って生きるか。
I need to buy a mediocre life.
俺はなるぞ。何かに。
Okay. You know what? I mean, I like that. I like that message. I don't know if I'm gonna enjoy the series, but I at least think it is worth. Cancel. Okay. That's down there. At least think it's worth checking out. Okay. Nippon San Goku, the three nations of the Crimson Sun. In the near future, Japan has completely collapsed due to a mix of nuclear warfare, natural disasters, and widespread corruption that sparked a revolution. The country is now split into three warring superpowers. All superpowers in Japan? That's crazy. Okay. This new era of Three Kingdoms, this new Three Kingdoms period sees diplomacy vanish, replaced by a harsh, relentless fight for power. Each territory is using its military strength and resources against the others in a desperate attempt of total control over the remnants of Japanese land. Aoteru Mishumi is a low-ranking official who has stayed in the background for most of his life. You gotta be careful for those ones. He does not come from a prestigious military background or aristocracy, but Misumi has a strong ambition to end the pointless bloodshed that affects the nation. He seeks to unify the fractured country, armed only with a sharp insight and persuasive voice that can rally the people. The legend of a man who will become a brilliant military strategist starts now. Okay, that sounds interesting. That's an interesting premise. It's like the Three Kingdoms era of China, except Japan, and in the future. Okay, let's check out this trailer. Do we have subtitles? We don't. Okay, it's fine.
崩壊後の近未来、日本は3つの国が覇権を争う三国時代へと突入する。そこに一人の男が現れた。
Also probably inspired by the Warring States period of Japan as well, but you know. Ooh.
後に奇才軍師と称される彼の伝説が今始まる。
ここから見える景色が好きじゃ。日本はすんげえ文明だったんじゃなと。
あんたの知識を生かせば三国時代を終わらすことができるかもしれん。
日本再統一。
邪魔すんで。
邪魔するんやったら帰ってや。どう？すごいやろ。
なんやねんその余裕。なんでいいねできんねん。
Why are these katanas? Art style is so strange too. Not bad, just different. Oh my god.
これが目下の戦の布石じゃったとすれば、まさか。状況をどう見る？策がないわけではない。
いいか、私が国会や。
思い出してください。私たちの真の敵が誰であるか。この歴史の結末をまだ誰も知らない。日本三国。
Okay. I'll put it up here. I'll put it up there. I'll check it out. Mamo no gurai no bokensha ore dake mao mono wo kurate suyoku naru. Nobody wants grubby forager Rudd on their adventure team. His nickname and his stench come from his constant treks into the noxious labyrinth to gather medical herbs, a job he survives only thanks to his status immunity skill. When he's finally recruited as a party porter, things seem to be looking up until a deadly dungeon monster appears and his fake allies use him as bait before abandoning him. Wounded, destitute, and barely surviving the attack, Rudd breaks a forbidden taboo to stay alive, eating monsters. But the more he devours, the more power he gains. King of a thrilling adventure, adventurous gourmet fantasy. Oh, hey, pass. It's like 5 other anime. I know like 5 other anime like that, and this is like a combination of those anime with like fucking Delicious and Dungeon, and I never even bothered to remember the names of those other anime because I didn't fucking watch them because they all sound like the same goddamn thing. Moving on. Moving on. What's a maid to do? The Food Diary of Miss Maid. What's a maid to do when she finds herself stuck in Japan for a year? Eat, of course. Fellow maid in training Suzume Tachibana as she tries all sorts of Japanese food, from sweets to taiyaki and melon bread to savory snacks like takoyaki and onigiri. Be warned, though, while Suzume states her appetite through delicious treats after delicious treats, she might just end up wetting yours. Okay, so it's an anime food anime. Okay, probably sure it looks great. Pass. Okay. Shijome Mankitsugurashi. Meiko, a country girl, enrolls in a prestigious all-girls school under the condition that she joins a volunteer program. But instead of typical school service, she finds herself living and working at a manga cafe. Surprisingly, life in a cramped boot isn't so bad, but with a staff full of cute high school girls, it might even be fun. Come enjoy the charm of a manga cafe filled with high school girls. Comedy ecchi. That's what I wanted to know. Pass. Tadaima ojamasure masu. It's hard. That's a hard one to say. Okay. So this is what it means to have roommates now. Office worker Rinko, 24, lives alone and is secretly an otaku. One day her apartment gets connected to 2 neighboring rooms through a hole in the wall. The room on the left is a fresh-faced yet mysterious guy who is overly sweet to Rinko. The room on the right is occupied by a guy with violent tendencies who is similarly mysterious. But wait, I think I know him. Rinko's only source of solitude, her apartment, has turned upside down. Now every day is full of heart-pounding surprises. So a nice guy who's pouring it on heavy, and a dude, a love bomber, and a gamer who breaks his keyboard constantly. Okay, I get what's going on here. Pass. Sorry. Kirio Fan Club. Miyoshi Ami and Nami Somatani are 2 high school girls who often find themselves talking about a boy in their class, Kirio. This lighthearted romantic comedy follows the daily lives of these 2 friends and rivals on a journey that now seems to be heading everywhere but love. I don't care. I can't get myself into it. Ooh, this one's by Studio Kai. Okay. We'll check this one out because this is the people who did Sentence to Be a Hero. I kind of want to see what they got cooking. Snowball Earth. So this looks interesting. Yukio was destroyed in battle by Tetsuo. Yukio was destroyed in battle, and Tetsuo survived in an escape pod. After 8 years in cold sleep, the escape pod finally lands back on Earth. When Tetsuo emerges, he finds the world in ruins, entirely frozen beneath a blanket of ice and snow. Snowball Earth! What happened to humanity? How did the planet freeze over? And will Tetsuo be able to keep his last promise to Yukio? I don't know who Yukio is. What?
Tetsuo.
Okay, let's see the trailer. Let's see the trailer and see what we find. Subtitles. There are oh, there we go. English subtitles. Right,
鉄夫のやつ、今きっと泣き叫んでいるぞ。
しか、この下でたくさんの人が暮らしているに違いない。まずは呼びかけて。無理だ。
I can't. A super shy hero.
世界中でもできる友達の作り方。でも初対面の人にこんなことやったことがない。
私たちが安心して眠れる三島モールだよ。
It's all 3D animated, huh?
モールの観光スポットを案内してあげます。
鉄夫です。
Giving his name.
さあ、反撃と行きましょうか。鉄夫。
ここからだよな。
This is where it really starts. Okay. I was so happy. It was so much fun.
なんであの子が体を張るのこっちだ
Why is he on such a little excavator? Hmm.
2、1、ポーン。タイムリミットだ。やぶさめ鉄を。ヘラクレスを倒し。
Hercules.
どこくらいは守りきれるか。
いいえできない。
あなたたち誰なんですか？
それでも尽くせ晩作を弾丸で絶望の希望一体いたりして最近さなめてんのか一人一人が
不眠って何？
よく見えるんだ気に入っただから
人間同士で争ってる場合か。
Hmm.
コミュニケーションずっとそばにいたやべえぞ人とは初喧嘩君の名前は何ですか
浮かない顔だぞ。
大佐のお役に立てない。
ならばお前は私の後ろで見てなさい。バッハ。
Boho. Ah. Hmm. I can check it out. I'll give it a gander. I'll give it a gander. At least give it an episode or two. But I don't know. I don't know. It's a little touch and go. With 3D animated stuff, it's always a little touch and go. Kujima, why sing when you can warble? In the autumn of his first year of middle school, Arata Koru meets Kujima, a strange creature that sort of looks like a bird. Since Kujima is hungry, Arata brings it home with him. But because his older brother who failed his entrance exams, Kujima gets carried away by the situation and ends up freeloading at the Koda residence. He says it's just until he makes it through winter and the warmth of spring comes. But also it's like a deadbeat bird. Sounds interesting. I'm passing. Megami Isekai Tensei ni Nani ni Narita desu ka? Ore Yusha no Rokutsude. The protagonist of the tale, simply referred to as I, experiences an endless cycle of reincarnation. Narrative takes place in a different universe for people with it. Recent spike of applications. However, the waiting list for popular roles like Demon King or Hero of the Cheat Skills and a Harem has reached 50,000 years due to the recent spikes in applications. Oh my god. The protagonist decides to repeatedly reincarnate into increasingly strange forms because he refuses to wait. These roles include the rib of a hero in charge of a harem, a hermit crab, a vegetable, and even an explosive used to blow up blissfully happy couples. What the fuck? So he's in line to isekai away as a hero, but that line is way too long, so he's just doing other shit instead. That's a hilarious premise. Okay, I need to see what it looks like. Ugh. No subtitles. Okay.
何ですか肋骨って何ですかここは平たく言えば異世界転生の前舞台なのですあなたは不幸にも死んでしまったのです人気の役職は待ち時間がありますつまり人が思いつかない転生先を選ぶってわけですね無生物になったりする方もいますやっぱり戻ってきちゃいましたかハッピーエンドになれなくてなれると思ったんですけどまあ詳細は見てみましょう
What? What?
何を見せられているんですか、私に。異世界転生先でやらかしているあなたの存在がブラックリストに追加されつつあります。
イレギュラーな魂は破滅をもたらします。手はすでに打っておる。
リスポン。
女神様、女神様、女神様。
早く成仏してください。
山田さんですね。
女神、異世
What
界
the fuck is going on?
俺、勇者の肋骨で。
I don't really understand it, but I thought it'd be awful if my ribs had consciousness. So true. So true. You know what? I like dumb premises. I'll check this out. I like a dumb premise. Daikenja Riddle no Jikan Gyakko. A young man named Riddle has lost all of his friends and the entire world at the hands of a mysterious organization known as Box of Malice. Having lost all hope to live, he dwelled in a pit of despair until his one final revelation. What if he could return to a time before everything ended? And so 1,000 years he first. Stop at this time. 1,000 years of knowledge experience upon his body. Who cares? Magical Sisters, a new magical girl project by Studio Pierrot. Nah, put effort into a description. I don't know, man. All right. The Drops of God. Shizuka Kanazaki is the only son of a world-renowned wine critic. Subject to strange education of his father, sake of wine. Father suddenly passes, being dragged. His father's will, prized wine collection, as the person could correctly identify the 12 apostles of wine. Those legendary drops of God. I'm good. Pass. Okay. Ghost Concert, Missing Songs. In the year 2045, singing has been forbidden. Music is no longer created or performed by humans. Instead, a music application called... Okay. Fucking AI music produces all songs on their behalf. One day, a girl named Seria Aiba hears a human singing voice. While out with her friends. Something that should not exist. Following the sound, she encounters a mysterious presence, a ghost. What appears before her is not an ordinary spirit, but a figure from beyond this world, known as the Great Ghost. Okay. Pass. Okay, here's that one. And Southpaw. Oh, here's one I haven't seen. Ritsu inherited the sixth sense from his grandfather, along with a demon guardian named Blue Storm. This one doesn't even have a trailer. Pass. This is just a children's anime. Pass. New anime centers on first year middle school. Pass. I'm just going to say no on that one. Candy Carries. Child anime. Pass. Snowball Earth. This one. Child anime. Pass. Okay, here we go. Okay. Doro Hidoro Season 2 is one I will put on here because I am excited for that. It's a very interesting series if you haven't ever checked it out. It's a guy with a lizard head trying to find his normal head. A lot of gore, a lot of action, seinen, craziness. It's also on Netflix, so go check that out. Some Chinese anime. I'm not interested. And the movies I looked at earlier were all just like, it looks like adaptations of a show onto the big screen, and I just don't really give a fuck. Hey, new Conan movie. Okay. All right, so we'll call it there. That is going to be my list. So, Dorohedoro Season 2. Nippon Sangoku, the Three Nations of the Crimson Sun. I'm not super sure I'm going to like this one, but we're going to give it a try. We're going to give it a try because it deserves that. Aaron the Southpaw seems interesting. Give it a try. Snowball Earth. Give it a couple episodes. This isekai anime seems really funny and ridiculous. It doesn't have a translated name, and I don't know if it's actually coming to any site. But I like the cut of its jib. The Warrior Princess and the Barbaric King seems cute. Give it a try. A lot of these aren't like full-on endorsements or things I'm super excited for. It's like, hey, I could see myself liking this. So there's a lot on this list, but a lot of them are going to be like, I'll try an episode or two. I made friends with the second prettiest girl in my class. I'm not sure I'm going to like this at all, but I will try it. Mao. Seems like a action-packed sunrise anime with a kind of Inuyasha-style plot. So I'll give it a good old try. Klutzy Class Monitor and the girl with the short skirt. I don't think I'll like this anime, but it looks pretty. I like the art style, and I do want to check it out at least for that. Liar Game. I don't really care about like death games like this or like high stakes games like this. It's not a death game technically, but this one seems to be really old. It's from 2005, so it's like one that's like, okay, maybe give it a try before a lot of the modern ones came out. So maybe it's got something. If there has to be a reason it's being adapted 11 years after it finished publication, right? So that's my thought process on that one. Okay. Kill Blue. I don't know if I'm going to like this one. Again, this is the one I'm giving a try because it does seem interesting. But even a replica can fall in love. I don't know about this one. It seems I kind of want to know what what the whole replica thing is like and like how those work. I'm more just interested to see the setup of the world than anything else. I'm not really interested in the romance itself. It's just odd, but, you know, I want to see. Marriage Toxin does seem genuinely fun and ridiculous and over the top. About a poison assassin trying to find a wife. Petals of Reincarnation seems interesting. I guess I'll give it a try. Agents of the Four Seasons, Dance of Spring. Kind of seems like a Frozen plot. Again, this is another one where I'm just more interested in the world and seeing what ideas they have than I think I am of the main premise. It's an interesting premise that I want to hear more about it. Gals Can't Be Kind to Otaku? Who you know, sometimes you want to see some gyaru having fun. Because girls just want to have fun. That's all they want. Witch Hat Alia. Alia? Oh, what was how did they pronounce it? This one. The Witch Hat one. I am excited for this one. This one is genuinely one I've been looking forward to because I haven't read the manga, but I hear it's really good. Wisteria Wanted Sword Season 2. Wisteria Wanted Sword Season 1 was action-packed as hell. And it looked awesome. I want to see if they can keep that up for some good action, for some high-level action on a pretty generic story. Demons of the Shadow Realm. This is from the creator of Full Metal Alchemist, so I will, of course, be seated to see what they got going on. It's also by Bones, the guys who animated Full Metal Alchemist, the studio they animated Full Metal Alchemist, at least. I don't know about the director. I'll look at that up later. Go for it, Nakamura. This one seems like a cute boys' romance. The description seems kind of conflicted whether it's friends or boyfriends, what they're looking for, but I want to check it out and see. It looks really, the animation, the style looks cool. Looks kind of retro, and I want to see what they do. Akane Banashi. I don't know if I'm gonna really enjoy this anime, but it's about a specific, really Japanese style of storytelling that I don't know anything about, so I want to check it out at least to learn about that. The Ramparts of Ice, I relate to that. I relate to being a person who doesn't really seem like someone you can get along with. So I want to check it out. And of course, ReZero. ReZero is the big one of this season that is coming back here. So that is my list of all the anime I am checking out this season. Not a whole lot of big loves, big must watches for me, but definitely a good amount of ones that's at least I want to check out and see what they got going on, you know? There's at least enough of those. So that's 4.5 hours of yapping. Yappy yap yapper. Listen to me go. God damn. I didn't think I would go for 4.5 hours. I'll be real. I had a lot to say about the last season stuff. I grinded to watch all the season, all the anime I had for last season written down, and I watched them. I had thoughts on them, and I presented those thoughts to you. Moving on. Let's go here. Let's see who is. Okay, we are going to. Yeah. We're gonna raid Yosh. We're gonna raid Yosh. We're gonna add to his timer and raid Yosh. So if you're here, be sure to give the old raid message if you want. You don't have to. I don't care. All right. I don't know when I'm going to be streaming next. I got SakuraCon next week, and I got a lot of videos to make and do, but I'll be back soon enough. Probably playing Smite or talking about anime. Who knows? I could be doing a lot of things. If you want to find out, though, yeah, be sure to check the Discord. I just guessed that one. I didn't even look at the button. And then, of course, I got my new video. That's not the newest video I have, but it's a video that's doing really well. It's got 40K views. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Making a couple $100 off of that. Hey. Okay. All right. I hope you have a great day, a great night, or whatever it is you're having, and stay rad. I will be back again. Keep an eye on the YouTube channel because we're going to be making Mondo YouTube videos. We're going to be on a tear here the next few weeks. So keep an eye on it. Hope you have a great day. Good night. I was having stay rad. Okay, goodbye now. Goodbye. Goodbye now. Goodbye. 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 We're raiding. Bye.